Hello, friends and folks. This is Six. I am editing the episode right now, and I wanted to come in at the top real quick to give you two heads ups. The first is that my microphone has a little bit of issue on this episode. It is only fleeting here and there, but you will hear instances of some crackling as I am speaking. As I say, not too persistent. Probably if you put it all together, it's like 30 seconds total over a 4.5-hour episode, so I don't think it's a huge deal. If you're curious what's going on, what's happening is that my microphone, the cable connection I have to futz with the cable. I will fix it. I apologize. The other thing that we have to talk about is just a fun little thing here. You ever hear that thing when you were a kid, or maybe you heard it when you weren't a kid? I don't know. It feels like a college student thing very often. The sort of like you sync up like Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon with The Wizard of Oz. If you hit play on the video down in the show notes, I have a link in the show notes to the current 100% no major glitches speedrun world record of Majora's Mask. And if you hit play right now, then it will finish right around the time this episode finishes. I don't think you should probably do that unless you have a really great attention span for watching two things at once and sitting still for 4.5 hours. But it was close enough that I was like, let me tweak the length of this episode just a little bit and make this work, because that's kind of funny. Anyway, please enjoy the episode.
And welcome to Novel Not New, a True End podcast. It's your monthly narrative gaming book club podcast. I'm your host, Jennifer Uncle. Joining me as always, Six Detmar.
Hello.
And once again, guesting for us, hello, Kyrie.
Hi, I am here. We always do the performing for you bit. I need like a new bit. Yeah, I don't have it ready though, so
it's understandable. You have this moment where you're like, wait a minute. 90% of my references are literally one single song about Donkey Kong. What do I do?
You only need the one song about Donkey Kong.
It's true. You know, back when Kotaku, right?
Back when Kotaku, yeah.
That was how I got my star, was I posted the DK rap underneath an article about a Donkey Kong monster truck.
Okay, sure. I'll bet it's still there.
I guess I don't know. Maybe Jim Spanfeller took it personally.
Yeah, maybe. But yes, I am here. And thank you for having me back.
Of course. It's been a while since we've had you on here, so have there been any interesting stories you've been getting into?
So, I've been playing a little bit of a game called Void Stranger. So
Ooh, I've been seeing stuff about this.
Yeah.
Not vagaries, but
Yeah, it's intentionally one of those games that you want to talk about in vague terms because it has a lot of really interesting tricks up its sleeve. So I'll only kind of talk about the very beginning portions of what I've seen. The central conceit is that you are at a certain point unnamed person going into this void, and it's a Sokoban game. Is it Sokoban or Sokoban?
I think it's Sokoban.
Yeah, it's a Sokoban game where you have this magic wand in which you can use the wand to pick up a tile and put it over an empty space. And that is how you solve that's how you solve the puzzles. Is how do I... And you can also push stuff, you can push rocks, and you can do all this other stuff, but the thing that makes it really interesting and special is, to me, two things. The first is mechanical, and this is something that I found out that I think is fun to find out on your own. But I'll just put it this way: you can pick up with your wand more than just tiles. At a certain point, I realized,
pots.
Yeah, you can. Oh my god. Yeah, at a certain point, you can pick up things other than tiles, and that it opens up the possibility space of how puzzles are solved, and there are different monsters that have different interactions. There's a monster that will only chase you if you're on the same row or column. There's snakes that will move every time you move. It's really interesting. But the thing that the story part of it, there's a big story component that I'm really enjoying, which is when you descend through the void and go through these levels, you will find NPCs that you can talk to, and there's a story about far off kingdoms and monsters and things like that. But the really special thing is when you find this birch tree, which acts as the save point. When you save the game, it actually just force quits out of the executable. Yeah. And so, but when you reboot it, you get a flashback to finding out about the identity of who you are playing and why they are in this maze. And it's and these are substantial sequences too. I initially thought okay, I'm doing this save point, the character has fallen asleep, and I rebooted the game a day or two later just to get back into playing it, and I'm playing this sequence in which I'm trying to get a princess out of bed. It's it got turned into this high intensity Final Fantasy style boss battle, and that's the first dream. So you really should check out Void Stranger. It is doing some really cool stuff. It's really simply told, and I'm probably going to write a lot more about it in the Patreon update next month. Because part of it is I sometimes will have part of my anxiety of playing certain games is sometimes thinking I got to do this perfectly, I got to do this exactly right, and Void Stranger, by the way it is set up, bypasses that anxiety for me, because I'm okay, I'm probably gonna fuck up, and that's fine. This game is meant to be explored, and there's a lot to explore in what is initially just a simple, tile puzzle game, and it has a really good soundtrack too. Really, you would think high intensity music wouldn't fit in a block shifting game, but it does it's just right to keep you focused on solving some pretty tricky puzzles.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that the developer System Erasure was already on some people's radars in the indie scene, just because in 2018 they released Zero Ranger, which is a vertical scrolling shmup that also has a bunch of interesting twists to it, to the point where most of the reviews are just like, yeah, it's a fun shmup, also just go pick it up. I'm not going to say anything else.
Yeah, yeah. Our friend of ours, Mia Drog, is a big Zero Ranger fan. Has talked it up. So, I don't get enjoyment out of shmups, but you know,
I might check it out. Even though it's a weird distinction to make. I prefer horizontal shmups to vertical, but you know, it's a weird splitting of hairs, but they just feel different. All right.
That's fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
How about you, Six? What have you been up to?
So I've got two for you this time. And both will be, I think, relatively quick. First off, I'm a fan of Gundam, which fortunately, thanks to some of my efforts over the past years, I'm not alone on that in this podcast.
Accurate.
I didn't know you were a fan of Gundam.
Yeah, no, it's like it's like these kids get in these robots,
okay,
and they're like, "What if war was really good?"
Oh, okay.
That's what Gundam's about.
Sure. And are the robots cool?
No. The robots are uncool, but war is, so it's okay.
Okay, cool. I'm on board. I will watch every show now.
Great. So recently they put this game out in a long time ago. Well, a long time ago, probably like I guess a year ago in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
But Gundam UC Engage has hit America, a new phone gacha game, right?
You know how much we love those.
And when it came out in Japan, everyone's like, well, this game sucks. Which is a great sign.
Yeah.
And it came out over here, and I was like, well, this game sucks. Because this is a auto battler, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I hit a point where I posted a sort of a spiel in the Abnormal Mapping Discord channel, hashtag Gundam Games, right, where we talk about Gundam games.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I think this is a kinetic gacha, right? Like how there are kinetic novels.
Oh my god.
Because it is a game where you pull the gacha, to get new characters, and you put them into a team. There are no choices to be made as far as how you build your characters. There's a linear path for upgrading characters, right?
Okay.
Also, it's an auto battler. When you load it up, the AI takes over and fights for you, and you can't control them.
You don't even get to trigger special moves?
Sure, you can do that. You can also turn on auto special, which is just like, there is no benefit to holding it, because it's not like you can target them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might as well just use them the second you get them. So you turn on auto special, and you set down the phone, and you look at something else and wait for the U1 sound, right? You effectively have no interaction with the game, and that can be fine, right?
Sure.
For this style of game, I would prefer to play it. But we're all here, for story, right?
Right.
Here today. And UC Engage is a gacha game that is based on the Universal Century UC timeline of Gundam, sort of the main timeline. And it has sort of two things. It has the, like, what you'd expect, which is a bunch of, like, missions that are just going through the stories of shows you've already seen, right? And being like, Amuro fought Char, but Char was really tough. Amuro really had to hang in there. And then you fight 7 missions, and then there's one that's like, eventually Amuro ran away.
He ate some bread.
Great. Yeah. It's like, this is really thrilling stuff, you guys. But also, the big thing is there is a fucking Forrest Gump mode, right?
Okay.
So, they created a new character for the capital N, capital S news story mode. This is Pesce Montaigne. She is a young new type girl. She starts off as a one of the experimental like new type pilots from the end of 0079. Like, you see like Chalia Bull and Lala Soon in that. She's from that same academy, the name of which I don't remember right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so she is there, and you play as her, and she has this, she fights on Zeon's side in the 1-year war. Then Zeon loses, and I haven't, a lot of this is just reading I've done, because I've only played so much of this game. But it's like, then she goes and fights for some Zeon remnants, and she's present in Stardust Memory 0083. And then she goes and fights, I believe, with the Ayug, right? During Zeta.
Mm-hmm.
And Double Zeta. And then she sides with Char for Char's counterattack. And then I think she's back with Zeon Remnants again during the time of Unicorn. Any major event that happened in UC, not only was she on what I would call the correct side, she was also just out of frame. Don't worry, she's smiling too.
They're just gonna digitally superimpose her into these scenes.
And it's such an absurd premise that I'm like, I mean, okay, I'm along for the ride. I want to have Char being like, why doesn't Amuro understand? What do you think, Pesce? That sounds hilarious to me.
My new best friend.
No, my old best friend. You've always been here.
Always been here. My old best friend I didn't betray.
Every scene from 0079 with Char, like, cut right before he turned to his friend Pesce and said, what do you think?
She's the one who whispered, hey, that Garma guy, I bet you could kill him off.
It'd be really funny, too.
I don't know, Captain Bright. I feel like you should really pull over the white base and look for some salt. Like, yeah. Also, there are some new designs to go along with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem is it's not in the fucking game.
Oh, wait.
The new story mode has a lock over it, and if you tap it, nothing happens. I assume they're going to add it with a later patch. It certainly exists in the Japanese release. Right now, I literally don't think there's a reason to play this game. There's nothing to do except for see bad recreations of shows you have hopefully already seen, and if you haven't, don't get them this way, because often the summaries misunderstand the point of the fucking show.
Oh, so this is basically Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, but for Gundam.
Yes, but also I thought some people, I thought some people liked how Ever Crisis played. I could be wrong about that. Definitely some people got a kick out of, like, some of the stuff, like, you could buy cool costumes and stuff, right? You can't do that.
What?
Wait, it's a gacha where you can't change costumes?
No. You can get the RX-78-2. Maybe you've heard of it, the Gundam.
Mm-hmm.
And you can put the Gundam on your team. You can't customize the Gundam.
No summer mode Gundam.
But yeah, you can't put a swimsuit on a Zaku.
They should.
I mean, listen, that's a dangerous road. People aren't ready for that.
It's so funny because Bandai Namco does have a successful free-to-play Gundam game through Gundam Battle Operations too. Like, they have a model, like a winning formula that they could use. They just choose not to use it and keep trying new ones that suck.
I don't know about if they have a winning. I mean, like, that game is. I like that game.
Is it a success for Bandai Namco?
It's a success for Bandai Namco, not as much in the West. Partially because it is like offering like people who are dying in the desert muddy water. That game is like it's like building a house out of paper mache.
Oh, Grover
That
House.
game is fucking like from a pure design and code standpoint. That game is a fucking disaster. I like it a lot because there's kind of nothing like it, but like literally it doesn't happen to me as much anymore. But like during periods of high activity, I would say 50-50 odds that you turn on the game and you go to play and you literally can't. It just will, like, matchmaking will just fail over and over. And it's not like they're having like Call of Duty surges of players. This is a Gundam like free-to-play game that's been out for like 4 years.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's just the code on it is a fucking nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And the balance is very stupid.
Some real like load-bearing drywall in the code there.
Yeah, for sure. So like, and also the thing that's good about that game is the action experience, the way that plays. I don't want to play, I suppose at least CEOs assume that some people feel differently. I do not want to play a competitive, reasonably hardcore shooter on my fucking phone. That sucks. I don't want to use touch controls for anything that like requires reflexes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you will just never like really truly be at the place you want to be with those types of controls. And then the other solution is like, oh, just like Bluetooth a controller. And it's like, well, that sucks. I don't want to like take a controller around like everywhere I go.
Listen, I spent plenty of time with a DualShock 3 hooked up to my phone playing Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier on my bed with a controller bigger than my phone. That game was cool. It probably wasn't worth doing all that for.
It did have that Man with a Mission crossover. That was cool.
It did have that Man with a Mission crossover. I mean, there was a lot of cool things about that game. That game got a bad. That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
But I do have a second story for you.
Sure.
All right.
Disgaea 7, Vows of the Virtueless.
Right.
How's that treating you?
I'm having a very good time with a little bit of a caveat, whatever. So Disgaea 7 is a very basically it's an over the top, almost clicker level of scale series of tactics games or like strategy RPGs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tactics RPGs. And this one, and they always have like a new setting. It's always focused on demons, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's usually set in a nether world of some sort, which is their way of they make a distinction of listen, there are a lot of things about demons that are, not necessarily the best. Demons love to lie and trick people and stuff, but they aren't inherently evil, actually. Often angels are evil in these games because whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also some are not. Anyway,
Sure.
this time our premise is we are in the small collection of netherworlds known as Hinomoto, which is basically supposed to be Meiji Restoration Japan.
Okay.
And we have our characters. We have Fuji, who is a rogue samurai who has rejected Bushido and has a genuine allergy to empathy. If you're kind to him, he starts coughing up blood. And then you have Perilika, who is a like ditzy cat girl Gyaru girl, who's also the CEO of a huge company. And she's a fan of she is from a different location that they haven't gone into yet, but she is basically a fashion tycoon who she's like, oh, sushi bushido, yay, right? That is the character, and she's fun. I guess I'll give you a picture of her, just so I feel like you could get the vibe pretty quickly looking at this young lady. Obviously you can Google her.
Oh yeah. Instant vibes.
And she manages to sort of like absent-mindedly, airheadedly pick a fight with the government of Hinomoto, because obviously, since it's Meiji Restoration, the game gets into some slightly weird stuff. Disgaea is like, I don't think Disgaea has ever once had like a serious theme in mind. They pick like a concept, a sort of an aesthetic, and they roll with it, but they're not trying to say anything usually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Disgaea is usually wacky hijinks all the way down.
So it's very weird when it starts off with this character showing up and being like, wait, everyone seems like they're having a bad time here. Where's the sushi? Where's the bushido? And everyone's like, well, ever since Dima Door Opener, who is just a demon version of Commodore Perry, showed up, everything hasn't... And you're like, I mean, listen, I'm not here to sing the praises of Commodore Perry. Pretty sure he was a scumbag. Mm-hmm. But I am very worried about where we're going.
Oh, boy.
So the plot has become that we are trying to get the 7 great infernal treasures to overthrow the government and restore... It's like, basically, and I'm like sweating intensely right now, wiping off my brow. Basically, it's like we're trying to return Japanese values to Japan, which is definitely not a loaded idea that has been misused by other people in reality.
Mm-hmm. Recently.
Very recently.
Guy got shot for that.
Yeah. Which, hey, direct action, you heard the update to that, right?
Oh, yeah.
The twofold?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that shit was good. For anyone who doesn't know, so of course, former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe gets shot.
With
one,
a doohickey.
Because he's a fucking... Yeah, he's a fucking, trash man who's trying to, stir up Japanese nationalism. But also the person who shot him was like, hey, Shinzo Abe, you have specifically promoted this fucking cult that has official status as a religion in Japan, like tax protected and all this stuff, that is basically like, this is not a great comparison. They're crazier than this, if you'll believe it. You can think of them as being similar to Scientology.
Okay.
And he's the guy who shot him's like, fuck you, Shinzo Abe, for doing this, for promoting this group. They ruined my life. And just last week, the Japan was like, we have concluded our investigation, and we are going to strip this group of religious status. They're a fucking cult. Twofold win. Good job, homie.
This is like the most effective political assassination of the past century.
Yeah, just good shit. Anyway.
It's interesting that several high-profile franchises have decided to, go through this specific period of Japan recently. There was Yakuza doing that remake of Ishin. You have... you have the Fate series going through Fate Samurai Remnant, and now you have this.
Oh, is Fate Samurai Remnant also Meiji Restoration?
It might be a little... Well, the characters act enamored when a French ship shows up, so it's basically... It's a period of time where they're seeing European ships and they're going, oh, wow, this is something else.
So it might be more Edo, but, sure. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I guess the only other thing to say is just talk about some of the fun characters, because that's a lot of what Disgaea is about, right?
Right.
so you've got the unfortunately. So Disgaea is a very like just throw as many jokes at the wall as you can kind of series, right? And it has a variable hit rate, but it's fun enough. So for example, very quickly you get introduced to C4, who is the explosives expert, right?
Okay.
And it's like, okay, sure.
Sure.
But she is a like cutesy anime girl who does lines of gunpowder to get ready for battle.
Oh.
And that's all right. The voice actress has a lot of fun with the sound of her snorting gunpowder.
Wow.
Yeah. Or, you have like one of them is just like pure pandering, right? Like they know what anime fans like. Here is one of the most recent characters I got, Higan Shosai, who is just an 8-foot tall lady with huge muscles and huge boobs, right? And it's just like, what? She's big and she beats people up. What do you want?
Finger on the pulse.
It's like she is fun. That's all right. There's a great bit where you're supposed to have a boss fight against this one guy who's like implied to be like Fuji, your main character's like rival, and there's like a lot of mystery around him, and he's like, I'm gonna, you and my special spear, you're holding this tournament with Pirilika, the fox girl, as like the prize because she has managed to get a huge like bounty on her head, and like, great, if you win the tournament you can have her, because you're trying to bait other people in. And this guy's like, I'll see you in the finals. And you show up in the finals, and this lady shows up. And she's like, oh, yeah, that guy, I beat him up and took his spear. Anyway, let's fight. You're like, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy has always seemed to have this, like, very irreverent tone of, like, I mean, I played a little bit of one back in the day on... I had a PS2 copy of Disgaea 1 at some point. I was a fool to let go of that one. But yeah, no, there's always been something like maybe now that I have like routine ADHD medication, I could probably play those games now. But they seem fun, and I'm glad that you're having a good time with 7, even with caveats, because like Disgaea 6 was not.
Disgaea 6 was a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with the caveats are just like, you're getting into some weird territory. I am just having a good time, and nothing, like, they haven't stepped over any lines so far. It's just like, this is territory that has been misused. But like, yeah, Disgaea 6 was like, it was like, oh, it's over. The series is over. This game is so bad.
Right.
It strips out most of the features. It ran like shit. It just like had no ideas and like fucked up a bunch of basic shit the series has gotten right for, decades. I was like, oh, it's done. Okay. That's too bad. And yeah, 7 is full of just like, oh, okay. Like really 7 was completely just like, this is a Nippon Ichi Software game. And I don't know who controls the purse, but clearly Disgaea 6 was someone saying, can you make a Disgaea game with $2? And then like finding out, no, we fucking cannot. Let's not do that again.
Yeah, glad they ended up doing it about face so quickly.
Yeah, me too. If you want to get into Disgaea, one of the games is not standalone, right? Okay, I guess technically more than... Anyway, Disgaea 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Any of those you can just pick up. It is a brand new story with brand new characters. Have a good time. I think the best ones are 1, 4, and at this point, I'm getting ready to say 7. It's a little early, but 7 has been very good so far. You don't pick up D2 because that's basically the Final Fantasy X2 to 1, right? It's a direct sequel to that. And I guess don't pick up Disgaea Infinite, which no one but me remembers even fucking exists, which is the time travel visual novel. It's a time loop game, actually, funnily enough.
Appropriate.
Indeed. But yeah, having played every Disgaea game, not to completion, but having played every Disgaea game that's come out here, 6 is the only bad one, and you're pretty much okay starting wherever you want if you're interested in the series. It's just fun. The Disgaea 3 is like set in a demon school, and the thing about demon school, of course, is everything's inverted, right? So the thing that makes you an honor student, our main character's an honor student, right?
Right.
Because he never shows up for class or turns in his homework. That's honor student behavior. And then his sister, like, they can't talk to each other because his sister's a delinquent who's always on time for class. And this fucking shitty little kid, I can't believe she goes to her club activities and is helpful. What a monster.
Oh my
it's just
God.
like, it's just that kind of stupid fun, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So. Disgaea. What about you, Jen? What stories have you been getting into?
So I've been getting into a few, but like the one that really captured my attention over the past month or so was Fate Samurai Remnant. It ended up being released at the tail end of September. Also released over here by Nippon Ichi America this time. So it's a Koei Tecmo game made by Omega Force. And interesting thing about how this came along, basically the Koei Tecmo president is a huge Fate fan. Like, apparently plays Fate Go all the time, and it was like, you know what? We should talk to Type Moon and make a Fate game ourselves.
How's the frame rate?
Mostly okay on PS5. Like, there's a few moments where you're running around in a city, and the frame rate when you're looking at a specific angle will start to dip, but for the most part, it's a rock-solid 60.
So not immune to the Megaforce special.
Indeed. Actually, come to think of it, when I played Samurai Warriors 5, that game was just rock solid, no dips at all. Though that might have been because it was built for Switch first and more or less upgraded to Series X and Xbox One and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Anyway, what's the deal? What's the deal with Fate's Samurai Remnant?
So, this is my first Fate game, so I kind of was learning the rules as it went along. But essentially, it takes place in 1651, and it follows Miyamoto Iori, who basically was a pupil of Miyamoto Musashi, but Musashi ended up dying before he could teach. He ended up dying before he could teach Iori everything. So Iori's more just been living in the city of Edo, practicing his swordsmanship and doing odd jobs, kind of frustrated that like he's in a period of peace and his sword fighting really isn't. Characters continuously say that he was born in the wrong era, which makes it sound like if he had been born a few centuries before or after, he would be fighting all the time. But here he is just doing odd jobs. But while on patrol and basically taking care of some ruffians, he notices that one of his hands starts to develop what he thinks is a rash, but turns out to be one of the marks that masters use to command servants within the Holy Grail War, which is Fate's big thing. Though in this game, they call it the Waxing Moon Ritual. But essentially, after that happens, he's immediately targeted by people being like, oh, his servant isn't here yet. We could probably just fucking kill him, and that would save us a whole lot of trouble. But at the very last minute, Iori's very own saber, which is different from the popular saber, comes through and saves the day more or less with her gigantic water sword. But because they are living pretty far into the past, the houses around them are all built from wood, and shit just gets wrecked in the neighborhood to a considerable degree. So immediately, these two, Iori and Saber, are kind of at odds with one another. Saber just wants to win the waxing moon ritual, just get it done, and she doesn't even care if Iori lives or dies. At least she doesn't until someone tells her, oh yeah, you need him to live if you want to hang around here. But meanwhile, Iori is above all focused on the peace of the region, and he kind of thinks this guerrilla war this ritual is bullshit, but he's participating in it because he's like, well, if I do win, the fighting will stop, so might as well, right?
Okay, so pretty basic Fate setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Iori and Saber just have really good chemistry together, too. Like, Saber is running around the various villages, like, petting dogs and cats and being like, oh, Iori, there's a tent over there where they have spinning tops. Why don't we go check it out? I've never heard of such a thing before. And Iori has to be like, no, we have to pay for rice. We need to pay for our lodgings. We do not go to see the spinning tops.
Saber, do not get into Beyblade.
Yeah, it's a lot of cute moments like that. And also just Saber being obsessed with the various food they have in this particular period of Japan. But, yeah, I can see why people love the Fate structure so much here, because it's interesting to have these 7 masters, most of who haven't revealed themselves at this point, basically running around with their servants and trying to kill the other competitors. And it's just this really interesting, almost mystery edge to it, where it's like, okay, I need to figure out who these masters are. I need to figure out the real names of these servants so I know how to defeat them. And I need to keep building my strength up, hoping that the others don't build up faster and completely annihilate me.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You said that your main character is like a student of Miyamoto Musashi, right?
Yep.
How do they portray that exactly? Because Miyamoto Musashi is a Fate character. Here's Miyamoto Musashi. For folks at home, this is a girl in a cowboy bikini with like tall boots and gun swords.
So, interesting thing about the way that they handle it.
Oh boy,
essentially, essentially they show a bit earlier in Iori's life where Musashi, as an old man, is just teaching him various things and is going like, yeah, I don't see you having an opportunity to use this much in the era you're entering, which is a pretty sad thing. Eventually,
we cut to Musashi on his deathbed, and he's like, can I tell you my final wish? I hope I'm reincarnated as a big titty cowgirl.
So, basically, when running into another master who happens to be willing to work together for now, Iori runs into his old master as this woman named Musashi. And
what? They really did it?
This is her full outfit, by the way.
They kind of use they logic away the bits that would make it more interesting.
Like
in the fact
penis.
Basically, it's multiverse theory, where the Musashi that has been called into the Waxing Moon ritual is not the same Musashi that Iori studied under. Except she still kind of is, because she knows Iori from her specific time period, and it's just like, oh yeah, you're just like the Ori from my time. How's it going? So it's this really weird relationship that Iori more or less just runs with because he's the kind of guy who sees some weird shit, is very apprehensive, but then just goes, okay, guess I'm in then.
I mean, I guess if you subscribe to multiverse theory and that there are an infinite number of universes, I guess it is literally inevitable that there is a big titty cowgirl version of everyone. However, what a choice.
And that's why I told my endocrinologist. That's what I'm trying to be.
You're like, HRT is great, but can I just like swap with a different, dimension version of me?
Mm-hmm.
Can we just work that out?
Yeah.
And this is like a classic Fate thing where like you'll have various male heroic figures throughout history that get reincarnated as cute gotcha women and stuff, but I think this might be the first time where someone who knew the old version runs into the new version.
Man. Is Nobunaga in this one?
Not that I've seen so far.
That'd be a different time period, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but Nobunaga is a servant.
Right. And servants are, yeah, okay. Now I remember.
Yeah, they can just basically be pulled forwards and backwards in time, because, like, there are some servants here that are from Stay Night and other series that are like, one of them almost calls it a grill war before he reverses course and is like, oh yeah, it's the waxing moon ritual. Sorry.
But Nobunaga is like a fascist little girl with a battalion of floating Tanagashima. She's fun.
Yeah. One of our Fate friends, Kim, is way into Nobunaga, so I've seen some fun art with her.
She's pretty sick. Listen, Fate Grand Order sucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I say that because I think its gacha is evil, and more evil than a lot. There's a scale of evil on gacha. They're all evil, but it's one of the more bad offenders, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't think it's fun at all. Also, it's a great project for getting artists to draw cool shit. So
who can
I
say?
feel that? Yeah.
In addition to being an evil sort of gacha game or whatever, the most frustrating thing is it has captured Kinoko Nasu's attention for years and years. So basically, I want something to change with Fate Grand Order so that Nasu can just get to writing the sequel to Witch on the Holy Night. But
I was talking to a listener the other day, just yesterday, about Witch on the Holy Night and stuff, and I was specifically to complain a bit about the characterization of Aoko versus Tsukihime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of my bugaboos. And they were like, I mean, also keep in mind that this is like part 1, right? And I didn't say it, but I'm like, yeah, I mean, creatives love to say this, right? We might someday get a part 2. We're definitely never getting more than that. The rate at which Nasu makes non-Fate Go things.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he was a supervisor on this game, but
well, supervisor is just sort of like they send him some design documents. He's like, they go, is this consistent with your vision? And he goes, yes.
Yeah, I don't know how much
vision.
He was involved.
He's like, no, your saber does not have the same face as every other saber we've ever drawn. You need to fix this.
Yeah, the saber in this game looks real fucking cool. She's just fun. She has this tomboyish look to her and generally, like, gets into some antics that I was not expecting.
Yeah. That I don't want to pay $60 for this just because money's like not crazy, but it's tight enough that I'm like, I want to spend less than $60, please.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
I am definitely interested in playing Samurai Remnant. It seems really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to touch on it for a moment, the Omega Force combat, super fine. Like, there are moments where I get super into a boss fight, and it's a lot of fun, but yeah, if you've played a Dynasty Warriors game or any of their other Warriors games, you kind of know what to expect. There's a lot fewer enemies because it's more of an action RPG than those were, but yeah, It's a lot of hitting square, 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 and figuring out when you want to hit your triangle button to do the heavy attack.
Yeah, that's a mega for. I mean, I find that combat just mindless fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been at it for decades for a reason.
What reason?
Yeah, Jen, what's the reason?
Because it's fun.
Oh, okay. I was overthinking it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're here to talk about The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Which is the 2000 sequel to the 1999 Nintendo 64 game, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Around this time, I was walking around with a little Mew keychain that had like a thing you could twist on the bottom, and it would blink red light. Oh, that's a fun fact no one asked for.
Do you still wish you had that keychain?
It was okay. I mean, like, the proportions on Mew were a little wonky. I think it wasn't perhaps the best made thing in the world.
Fair enough. But yeah, I'll read a quick summary of Majora's Mask here. Not long after he saved the kingdom of Hyrule from Ganon, Link rides through a forest adjacent to the region of Termina, only to be accosted by a boy wearing an unsettling mask and two sibling fairies, Tail and Tattle. This boy, Skull Kid, takes Link's ocarina and horse, then curses him with the form of a Deku scrub. Enjoying this mischief a little too much, Tattle gets separated from Tail and guides Link to Clock Town in search of her sibling. There, a man known only as Happy Mask Salesman implores Link to recover Majora's Mask, the cursed mask that Skull Kid stole. Wielding the power of time to repeat a 3-day loop, Link must gather the 4 guardian spirits of Termina, stop Skull Kid, and face the evil contained within Majora's Mask before the moon collides with Clocktown, annihilating the land and its people.
Yeah. Majora's Mask is a game that I have held in high esteem for a very long time. It is sort of an odd duck in the Zelda series. It was made in a year, using primarily like assets already existing from Ocarina of Time, though it of course does have some new assets.
That moon is quite new.
That moon is definitely new.
Yeah. Interesting thing about its development as well, like the original Ocarina had 5 directors. This one only had 2, Eiji Aonuma and Yoshiaki Koizumi. Aonuma was basically tasked with basically redoing the dungeons in Ocarina of Time so they could do the Master Quest. And Aonuma got pretty bored doing that, so he just started making dungeons on his own, and eventually came up to Miyamoto and was like, hey, what if I just made a whole new game instead? And Miyamoto was like, sure, you can do that if you can do it within a year.
Right. I had also heard that, like, originally this was going to be, like, there was the 64DD, which was the disk drive system, that I believe that, like, in development, they were like, oh yeah, we can totally sell this as a DD expansion to Ocarina of Time, but the DD had, like, very limited release, if I recall. Did it even release?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It did come out in Japan, yeah.
Yeah, and it had, like, there were some games that I think had exclusive features because you could actually write stuff to, like, discs with that one. I think there was, like, a pseudo Mario Paint sequel on N64 that you could play, and then there was, like, a game of where you play a giant, but the main thing I'd always heard with Majora's Mask, because I didn't play it back in the day, but, like, it was made in, like you said, made in less than a year, and it was using a lot of the assets that Ocarina had already made. And yeah, like I said, it originally was an expansion, then spun off to its own game.
And this is kind of where Eiji Aonuma cuts his teeth as a lead of Zelda, and obviously has been sort of the Zelda guy ever since.
Yeah. And it's kind of amazing how that year-long deadline kind of just made things fall together through necessity. Like, when he went to Koizumi for help with the game, Koizumi was like, hey, I've been playing with this time system that I want to use in a video game. If you want me to help you out, just let me use this time system. So that's how the loop was born. But initially it was 8 week long instead of 3 days.
Well, a 3-day loop is, like, that is, in terms of design, like, that's, like, a really brilliant piece of design, because, like, you can really pack each day with a, like, different vibe and feel, and it's, like, a lot of things I think fell to, like, a lot of dominoes fell in just the right place for this game to kind of come together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that wasn't to say that it wasn't a hard thing. Like, everyone was working so hard that Aonuma had a nightmare about Deku scrubs surrounding him. And when he got into work the next day, an animator had already done that for the cutscene where Link gets turned into a Deku scrub. But yeah, it was hard on the team, and to the point where Miyamoto even came up and was like, hey, so we could probably delay it. Y'all are having a hard time. And Aonuma insisted, no, it has to be this year. It has to be done.
Wow,
and,
can you believe that there's a single Shigeru Miyamoto nice guy story out there?
Wow, crazy.
No, I guess I should say, to the people who work for him. Obviously, perfectly nice to fans, but...
Yeah. So...
it's also worth saying that there is a remake was made of this game for the 3DS, Majora's Mask 3D, which was made by Grezzo, a Japanese studio. Came out in 2015, and it is mostly the same game. It is new graphics for the most part, some quality of life changes, and there are some, like, tweaks to the experience to make it a little more... There are parts of Majora's Mask on the N64 where their reach exceeded their grasp a little bit, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Aonuma had talked about that as well. Like, in the Sawada Asks interview, he basically compiled a list with the people developing it called his What in the World list, where he would look at various parts of the game and say, this part was a little too bullshit, this part was a little too bullshit, let's go ahead and change it a bit to be more fair. Which is where the giant eyes on the bosses came from, because it was like, there's no real weak point visible when you're fighting them in the N64 version. We should probably change that.
I mean, I disagree with that specific change,
Yeah.
but,
I mean, there's Twin Mold has a pretty big, obvious weak point.
And, fucking, Gore, is that his name? Let me pull this up. Let me pull
Which
up my
one?
fucking notes. The guy you chase down.
Goat?
The, like, goat, yes.
Mhm.
The goat.
Yeah.
The
Greatest of all time.
He doesn't have a weak point on him because you just hit him. His entire body is vulnerable.
Yeah,
anyway.
That's kind of like the like goat, Gorg, and the really unfortunately designed shaman character. Like they just
Ottawa.
Yeah, Ottawa. You just kind of beat him up.
Yeah. And so there are a lot of changes to bosses and stuff. We'll talk about that as we go. I will also say that, so we have 3 different experiences here, because Kyria, you played the N64 version.
Correct. Specifically, I played the N64 version as emulated through the Nintendo Switch Online service, which is pretty accurate emulation now. And also, I originally was going to play this on an actual ass N64, but I couldn't find an expansion pack in time. And also, getting into this game, I'm glad I used it with the Nintendo Switch Online, because I could create save states. Because, boy, some of the stuff in the N64 version, you really need save states to, like, really get through, because, time limit. But I played the N64 version.
And then Jen played the 3DS version.
Yeah, like, I bought this 3DS version back in 2015, so, like, if you take a look at my 3DS, you can see the 3 different attempts I made to play it. 2015, got to, like, 3 hearts. Didn't get very far.
Okay, started the game.
The game. Mm-hmm.
2020, 5 hearts.
Okay.
Most of those were through containers and stuff. And then this year, I actually beat it.
I played it back in the day on N64, and I have, like, I don't think I've finished a second playthrough since then. I have played it further than Jen, but I've done several, like, 3DS runs that I didn't finish. This time I was playing Project Restoration, which is a fan patch to try and make the 3DS, to change 3DS version to be slightly more convenient in a few ways. Like, for example, putting like mask transformations on the D-pad, which is very nice.
The Majora's Mask. The Majora's Mask randomizer also does that. Puts transformation masks on the D-pad. But continue. Sorry.
And then also changing some things that were changed in, like, there's, like, for example, there's a song called the Inverted Song of Time, which you can use to slow down the flow of time. In the 64 version, it slows time down to 1/3. On 3DS, it slows it down to 1/2. And this mod turns it back to 1/3, and also is like, clearly this was an error. I don't think it was. I think when doing the 3DS version, they were like, actually, we think it should be 1/2. I just happen to disagree. And there's just a bunch of stuff like that. There's a bunch of, like, once you've played the Elegy of Emptiness once in a run, thereafter it doesn't do the full animation for the song, so you don't have to watch that whole mini cutscene every time you create a statue, right? It's just a bunch of convenient stuff.
Elegy.
Yes.
Yeah. This is the version where 3DS version is the one where they cleaned up a lot of stuff and tried to round off the areas that were just bullshit in general. And I'm here to say that they didn't go far enough. Because...
Oh, boy.
I had fun playing this game at the beginning, and I had fun playing this game at the end. The big middle part, where you're going through the Goron section, the Zora section, all that stuff, I had a miserable time. Like, they expect a lot from you without communicating exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and I found it nigh unplayable without a walkthrough nearby.
I mean, I think part of this is you're playing on a deadline, right? The dungeons definitely expect you to experiment and figure things out, which takes time. I will say, right, there are 4 dungeons in the game. So you are saying, like, the first, like, I mean, obviously the game is bigger than just dungeons, and we will talk about more than just dungeons. But
Yes.
talking about dungeons, you are saying you enjoyed Woodfall, the first temple. You enjoyed Stone Tower, the last one. You did not enjoy Snowhead, the Goron one, and you did not enjoy Great Bay.
That's correct, yes.
I will give you, I think Great Bay is bad.
I think Great Bay has some interesting ideas. I certainly like Great Bay Temple more than I like the Water Temple in Ocarina of Time. Because the problem with like the Water Temple in Ocarina of Time was you had to manage like the different water levels, and you had to like constantly go into the start screen to unequip the boots and re-equip the boots, and you couldn't put it on a button until the 3DS remake. And that was frustrating. But Great Bay Temple, I think, while it is frustrating, and I did get a little frustrated playing it, even though I also used a walkthrough to help me out, I also like saw clever bits of its design of like, oh, you just have to turn, like many of the spouts, you just have to turn one time. And it opens up a new area. And you only need to change, like, if you are playing optimally, you only need to change the direction of the whirlpool in the second or third room once.
Yeah, I think it's a very cool concept, right? Like, the thing about water temples and the way Zelda uses them is they're the time where they're, like, the whole, like, we have puzzles for individual rooms, but also the whole dungeon itself is one big puzzle, right? Which is also another thing that, to some extent, Stone Tower does better, let's say. But the core concept here of like, oh, you are redirecting water through these colored pipes and stuff, I think is cool. The layout is confusing, and it does not communicate like what you have achieved and what it expects you to do next well at all. I went through Great Bay and I got all the stray fairies, and then I thoughtlessly rewound time without turning them in. So I had to do Great Bay Temple again, and I had to bust out a guide again. The fact that I had just done the dungeon was not enough to get me through the dungeon again. It's too confusing for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the water flow is just annoying to deal with, especially when you're in that central area where it's pushing you around. Like, I don't think the swimming controls in this game are very good at all. And in fact, I kind of hate them.
Well, it helps if you're playing Project Restoration, and doing the Zora fast swim does not cost magic.
Also, in N64, I thought I thought the swimming was fine. I think swimming in the overworld was a little better, but that's just because like they very smartly made it so that you are diving and jumping through like big swaths of water, rather than the constricted corridors of the Great Bay Temple, which I understand that as like a thematic thing of, okay, you have big wide open ocean to like play around in, and now you have to like funnel yourself into these tight corridors, giving you some claustrophobia. Like, I can see how they get there.
And I understand what Jen is saying. I think like, I know you've played old games before, Jen, but often when you play old games, a lot of your criticism, and I'm not saying this makes it invalid, but it feels like you just haven't like acclimated yourself. Like, you can have your preference, and I feel you, right? But like the bit where you're in that central room and it's like, oh, I missed the entrance because it's spinning me around and I have to do another pass. It's like, I do agree, these like in modern game design, they would probably not make that a thing you have to do, but it's just part of the philosophy of game design back then. And it's like, okay, sure. I didn't think it was so egregious that it bothered me a bunch. I never had to do like 7 passes to get at a door or anything, you know?
Yeah. I think the issue was that, like, I don't mind a situation where you kind of have to just time getting in there at the right time. Like, I played games like Crash Bandicoot before. I know what it's like to have demanding 3D platforming and stuff.
Fair.
It's just like, I really didn't like the swimming controls in this game, even aside from like the use of magic for fast swimming. The whole beaver race was the most infuriating thing that anytime there was a race in this game, I was pissed. The Beaver one was more manageable because it was just a time trial, even though the controls sucked. Then there was the Goron one, where the AI just fucking cheats all the time, and it's complete bullshit. And you can just get knocked over, and the race is just fucked at that point. There's the racing on the ranch, which is slightly better because you don't have like 20 Gorons just appearing from the back end, but
there were 4 Gorons, but I hear you.
The way that they continuously go from the back to the front, though, made it feel like there's infinite numbers. But yeah.
It's very funny because I haven't done the Goron race in, I'm going to say, like 8 years, right? And even then, I'd only done it once before then. I failed the first Beaver race 3 times, getting used to what it expected me to do. Every other race in the game, I hit 1 try.
Damn.
All the Beaver races after the first one, 1 try. Although, of course, getting the fast swimming was very helpful for that. The Goron race, the horse race, it was all not a problem. It was, like, it wasn't easy, but, like, I don't know. And, like,
horse race took me 2 tries.
And, like, I will say, like, the Goron race is, like, infamous. The Beaver race is infamous. Like, I'm not saying this to say, like, get good, Jen. I'm saying, like, it's very funny that I just happened to have a good experience this time, because it is famously bad.
I mean, even, like, so one of my favorite speed runs is, in fact, the Majora's Mask 100% run.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple runs of that I just think is like, it's a really fun game to watch because of all the movement tech, but even speedrunners are like, yeah, the Goron race is bullshit. It's just total dumb luck if you manage to like get it first try.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, its rubber banding is severe. You can get knocked off course, and if you get basically slowed down to not using your like fully revved up magic spin, like if you get knocked out of that state basically once, you might as well just reset the race. But I did learn one kind of neat trick, like from watching the speed run, in which like if you hold right at the right or left, your preference, like right at the start of the race and hit the curl button, like basically the moment like it like goes 3, 2, 1, go, you will cross over the finish, like the starting line at full speed.
Huh. That's nice.
That never really helped me out because the rubber banding was so severe, but yeah. It took me like 3 to 5 different tries to get that down.
Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely pretty severe rubber banding in a way that's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I think this is a game where like the side stories are pretty great. I had a good time with them, but actually playing through the main dungeons and everything like that made me realize I've had a pattern every time I played a 3D Zelda game. I get 3, maybe 4 or 5 dungeons in. I go, oh yeah, I'll come back to this later, and I just drop it. Being made to finish a full 3D Zelda has taught me that I may very well not like 3D Zelda.
Yeah, and that, I guess that to me explains like you not liking Snowhead, because I think Snowhead's great. I think Snowhead's a really cool dungeon.
Snowhead's like really cool, not just because of temperature, but like it's just like a really cool dungeon. Like I think the placements of the stray fairies are really interesting. Like there are moments in which I realized, like I was like, where the heck is this stray fairy? And then looking in the guide, it's like, oh yeah, you got to use like Lens of Truth, which you had just used like in the story port to get to Snowhead, and was like, oh shit. And there was like a lot of really fun little like visual clues to be like, oh yeah, there's like totally a fairy in this like alcove that is hidden by Lens of Truth. And also there's like a lot of fun like little movement like tech that you get to do. Like I didn't like do any like speedrunner shit or anything like that, but just like it was kind of fun to move around in the temple, like because the floor is slippery, you can build up the full Goron speed and then leap over these like gaps, and it's like really fun to do.
and it's they don't make enough use of it in my opinion. But the part where it's like, oh, you raise the central pillar, and then you realize you can access different areas by punching sections of the pillar out is really cool.
Oh yeah, like punching out like the pillar and managing like you, and again, you only have to do it like one time, but it is still really like satisfying to like raise the pillar and then knock it down to get to the boss in the final areas like of the dungeon, which like I even found like the goat fight was pretty fun.
Yeah,
like it got a little like frustrating in the last part because like the stalactites falling and the bombs and everything, but it did feel like an intense like fight, using the like Goron mechanics. And it's like, oh, this is like kind of fun to do.
Yeah, I ended up 100%ing this game, like every heart piece, every mask, every like journal entry, right? And so I ended up doing the goat fight 3 times. Bizarrely enough, the 3rd time was the hardest because just the RNG was meaner. But basically the fight is like a reverse of the old arcade game Spy Hunter, where Goat is running along and you are like the evil cars with like knife spinner tires trying to derail him. It's very fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I originally was planning for 100%, but then like time deadline realities, and then also I just decided to go for all masks, and that I felt like would give me a good enough cross section of the many side stories and activities in this game. But yeah, I did appreciate that too. So in the game, when you defeat the boss and get the remains of the boss, like it changes the world state to a certain degree. So like at Woodfall, it cleans up the swamp. In Snowhead, like the snow like melts away, things like that. And I did appreciate that at the beginning of every boss temple, like the world state reverts whenever you do Song of Time, but you just go to this platform, you refight the boss, and at this point you have better gear and better stuff, and you just kick their ass, and you're able to like revert the state back to its post-defeat state. And it was like, okay, that's cool.
It was very funny, like when I was doing my final bit of cleanup before going to the moon, where I was like, oh, I need to, for this one quest that I hadn't finished up, I need to finish, like, I need to do Woodfall again, right? I need to clean up the swamp. And fighting Odalwa with the Great Fairy Sword was fucking hilarious. That boy melted.
Oh, he goes down in like 2 hits with that sword, right?
Yeah, like leaving ice cream on top of a fucking radiator, just gone.
That's pretty good.
But the best temple in the game, since we sort of talked through temples, I mean, I guess we got further into Snowhead and Great Bay. Woodfall Temple, I think, is just very much here as a Zelda temple. It's fine.
Yeah, Woodfall is very much like it still feels like training wheels to a certain degree. But I do appreciate that, like, I think the story surrounding it is pretty funny. It like, and also there is one kind of I think this game does a really good job, like, despite like Jen's protests, I think it does actually tell you like a decent amount of the time what you need to do. That being said, I don't know how you're supposed to figure out that you need to use an empty bottle to carry the Deku Princess back to the king.
I mean, she is like, I can fit in anything. Do you have anything I could fit into? But it is a jump of logic for sure. I just remembered this. I don't know how I originally figured it out.
Yeah, I enjoyed the characters within that Deku area. I like the little monkeys who have these very entertaining faces, and just the way that they dance around and teach you songs. It's very cute. I like how when you bring the princess back to the king, she just starts stomping on him and makes an angry face at his retainers, who all quiver in fear. There's a lot of great animations in this.
Yeah, I was actually about to say that, like, in regards to that, so in preparation for this podcast, like the month before, I decided to like play as much of like Ocarina of Time as I could. I had actually found an old CRT that I used to like. I hooked that up and I played that on an old N64, and I could already tell, like, I only played through like about half of that game. But coming to Majora's Mask, like, there's such a stark difference in the way characters animate and are moving around, like, just in general. Like, there's a lot more dynamicism to the animations and a lot more expression of character. Like, in Ocarina of Time cutscenes, you tend to just have characters in static breathing loop poses, just kind of looking at each other as the text box advances. Whereas in Majora, like, after you beat Woodfall Temple, you have this conversation with Tattle in which, like, the camera is, like, slowly drifting and following Tattle as she has this thought, and then she zooms right back in front of Link's face to tell him something very important, and then drifting just a little bit away again and zooming right back. And it, like, Tattle as a character has a lot of expressive animation for just being a floating point of light.
Yeah, going from Navi, which is a really, like, kind of a nothing character, honestly. Tattle is a way more expressive, like, interesting, like, you know, you're not going to write a bunch of papers about how interesting Tattle is, but, like, Tattle has opinions on things in ways that are enjoyable.
Yeah.
And going back to the Deku stuff, right? Like, in Ocarina, the Deku were just enemies you encountered sometimes, right?
Yes. Yeah, and like in like you have the Great Deku Tree, but like you don't, like, you never. If I could talk a little bit about Ocarina's like storytelling just a little bit here, like, so in Ocarina of Time, the big conceit is that, like, yes, you are the boy of destiny and you gotta, like, you know, defeat Ganon and all that. And you're told this by way of the Great Deku Tree. And the Great Deku Tree summons you, and he mostly tells you how the controls of the game works. And then, as he is dying, he tells you the Hyrule origin myth, and then just dies, right? And there is this, like, it's really frustrating because, like, there's no, like, character there. And then the Deku Scrubs, as you said, they're just enemies in the game. Like, you go through the Great Deku Tree as the first dungeon of the game, and you find one Deku who tells you the secret code of, like, 23 is number 1, or in Japanese, what was it? Nissan Ichi? Like, my brother is number 1. Like, that's the, like, pun that he uses, but it's like, oh, they just sold out, like, Goma and these guards, like, instantly. And then you meet Deku in the world who will sell you stuff, but that's about it. In Majora's, like, you still encounter Deku that are enemies, but they're also like, oh, they're palace guards. They are patrolling this garden. They have things to say. They have interest in what's going on in the world. And the Deku salespeople, like, are in this, like, oh man, I really wish I could get a title deed to somewhere else because I hate where I sell my stuff.
They have a culture here.
Yeah.
Like, there's this like trade-based culture, and then, like, you know, they have, you know, the king and the princess, they have like a monarchy, and yeah, there are like the guards, there's the ones at the front who, like, tell you to, you know, like, okay, listen, normally you wouldn't be allowed in, but you can go look at the monkey that we're going to make an example of. And then you go off to the side and do shit you're not supposed to, and you get thrown out, and they're like, I told you, just go straight. Listen, it's okay. I'm not that mad. You can go back in, just go well, you did it again!
Yeah, or like, and this is something I just, like, I literally had this revelation, like, a half hour before we sat down to record. So, in this game, you have the Zora mask and Goron mask, and those are tied to, like, people that you see have either recently died or are, like, died in front of you or have been dead for a little while, right? And I thought, who the hell, like, wait a minute, where does the scrub, like,
Oh,
Deku
yeah.
scrub mask comes from? It's the butler's kid.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, in the credits sequence, you see the butler, like, grieving over this, like, Deku that, like, this Deku corpse that you pass by at the very beginning of the game. And it's like, oh, you embodied, like, the kid of the butler. And he's, like, I just found him to be an interesting NPC, just in general.
And it's also, I mean, like, it is, in a minute we're going to have to get into the core conceit of this game and its psychology.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also rough because, like, with the Goron and Zora mask, Link gets those by going to people that are dead or dying and playing the Song of Healing and helping them pass on. You get the Deku mask because the Skull Kid steals this Deku's soul in order to be mean to you. This is the one, like, of your 3 masks, this is the one who doesn't get to rest in peace. He just gets fucking, like, destroyed.
Yeah. And, like, it clear, like, again, that's why in the credit sequence you see the butler, like, just grieving over the loss of, like, was clearly his kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's, like, the only, like, genuinely just purely sad scene in the credits is him. And there is a positivity to it in that he has just been like, I don't know where my kid is. And having the answer is good, even if the situation is terrible.
Right.
It is tricky. This game is about Link, right? This game is about Link. This is the Link from Ocarina of Time. And
they very explicitly say that, like, no, this is the same kid.
The game begins because he's trying to find Navi, who's disappeared, right?
Mm-hmm. Who disappears at the end of Ocarina, or, like, floats away at the end of Ocarina.
Mm-hmm.
When you beat that game.
And I think importantly, this game doesn't end with him finding Navi, right? That's important.
Right.
But it is a tricky thing because a lot of this game is metaphor, and it's unclear how much of this, if any, actually happens, because this is Link unpacking the trauma of being in a dark version of the movie Big, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Ocarina of Time, in order to save the world, he has to grab this sword, and suddenly he's 10 years older, and the world is almost dead. And he has to go through this fucked up version of the place he's from, and everyone's like, okay, you're an adult now. And he's like, buddy, for me it's been 3 seconds. I am not a fucking adult. And Majora's Mask is him just unpacking how much that traumatized him.
Yeah, like, very pointedly, like, the opening words of this game in the English version is one in which they describe that Link is crawling away from the land that made him a legend, right? Like, the use of the word crawling is important because that implies, like, powerlessness. Like, he's really going through it.
Mm-hmm. And it's also fun because, like, the reason it's tricky is because it is not perfectly clean, right? There is stuff in here, like the Deku culture stuff, where it's like, I mean, you could say that this is just what Link imagines about their culture, but it feels like there is a part of this that is external to him, that there is information that is not purely plucked from his imagination. But almost every character is an existing character from Ocarina repurposed. It's their model repurposed, and it's like, okay, partially it's because this game was made in a year and they were being efficient with their resources, but also you have characters where it is like, this is like Link unpacking what his relationship is to this person by way of imagining them as someone else.
Okay, so go ahead, Jen.
Just to be clear on this all on the head sort of theory, I do think that while Termina does allow Link to cope with specific and unpack bits of his traumatic past, I do think that everything around him, including the moon, is actually happening.
I mean, it's a setting with magic. I don't mean like he purely imagined the whole thing, but I think it's unclear how much this is like a reality that exists in reaction to his trauma.
Right.
I don't think... I cannot buy into like all of this is just literally normally happening when it is like everything is just like a fucked up version of something he just went through in a way that expresses why he's upset. That's a little too perfect.
Right.
For sure.
I am of the, like, I think it being like this, like being so ambiguous is like part of the thing that's like interesting about the game, because, you know, I think there are portions of it that are like, you know, not to like get into the weeds about it, but it's like, I think like Termina as a place is a place that like exists, but I also genuinely think that there is a lot of this stuff that, you know, Link as a kid is either A, imagining like portions of it, or B, you are like, there's just portions that Link cannot process, so he is either making something up, or is like, it's a distorted view of what the reality is. Like when you do the couples mask like storyline, for example, like you have this moment where you get the memento that tells Anju to stay in town as the moon is falling, and the text is saying, it's like, oh, you don't necessarily understand adult relationships, but you think this is pretty important anyway. So I think there's a lot of stuff that is like happening up to and including like the moon is like crashing into Termina. But like a lot of it is like Link's interpretation of either people that he encountered while he was in Hyrule, or like him just like trying to process a world a lot more complicated than growing up in a fairy forest full of children.
Yeah,
there's elements of that for sure.
and I think like, I don't know, a lot of the, I don't know, there's stuff that's just like not like convenient, but yeah, like for example, there's the other Link in the game, right? That's go ahead.
Which other Link?
There's a Goron named Link.
Right.
If you go at the right time in the Goron mask to the Stockpot Inn, you can be like, hey, I'm here for, well, technically Link is confused. So what Link, I guess, does is he's just like, hi. And the lady behind the counter, Anju, is like, oh, you must be that Goron who's got a reservation. What's your name? And you're like, Link. It's like, yep, that's the reservation. And you're like, okay. And then if you wait, a Goron named Link will show up and be like, I thought I had a reservation? No? It's really funny because he has the verbal tick of Goro, right? He ends sentences with Goro. So she asks him, what's your name? And he says, Link Goro. And she's like, oh, that's very close to a reservation we have.
Yeah.
I also enjoyed that his response to all this happening is, oh, okay, I'll just sleep outside then. I'll get a better view of the carnival anyway.
And then if you go by at night, you can hear him snoring. And if you talk to him, he'll either be like, oh, it's very nice out, or if he's raining, he's like, oh, this kind of sucks, actually.
Yeah, because it always rains on the second day. Which is like, that's a fun trick. If you are like, you can actually bypass one of the water requirements for the flower used to like enter Deku Palace. When it's raining, when you plant the magic seed, it'll just water it for you.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. I could never get the room key to like trigger correctly. I think I was just going in at the wrong times though. Or something. But yeah, I think that, so, and it kind of relates to like, you know, it's funny, I saw Jen's like summary, like actually written, of like, she put Happy Mask Salesman in quotations, right?
Sure.
Yeah, because that's the only name you get from him.
Sure. But also to me that implies it's like, what is his deal?
I mean, I think that's probably the most like manifestation of Link's psyche part, for a couple of reasons. One is, we won't get into this much until much later. All of the characters on the moon wearing masks are the happy salesman. It's all just him with a mask on.
Yep.
Also, there's the fact that he, save the world, my final message, goodbye, fades away at the end of the game. Also, there's the fact that he doesn't have transition animations. He's the only character in a game where, like, when he goes from one action to another, he just teleports to the new position he is and starts doing his new action.
Yeah, like, that is, like, he is very, like, he's snappy. He's very, like, quite literally, like, when you reclaim your ocarina from the Skull Kid and he teaches you a song of healing, it's just the way that he's in one part of the room literally shaking Link and then just going like, oh, good, you got it back, and he snaps over to the massive grand, like, organ that is in front of him that is just here in Clock Tower for some reason. And no one seems to, like, know or acknowledge, like, hey, there's, like, a weird mask salesman in our tower.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't appear to anyone else except for at the very end. He also appears to Skull Kid, who is also someone from Hyrule. Sort of.
Also, they make it clear that Skull Kid did steal the mask from Happy Mask Salesman. So, at some point, he did get his shit robbed. Yeah.
It's all, like, I do like this about it, but it is, like, it is messy, right? It is, like, it isn't, you can't neatly explain what exactly is going on here. You can figure out elements of it. And part of that's just, I don't think they had the time to chart it out perfectly, but I don't think it would have been better if they did,
I think it's better that they did it in some ways, because, like, in a lot of, like, if this game is about, like, pressure and trauma and, like, things of that nature, you kind of want to, like, exist in this realm of, like, metaphor, or just not entirely knowing what is real, what is correct, or what is just sort of fabrication, right? Like, that sort of thing allows you to, like, kind of, it's kind of like, it's not perfectly abstract art, certainly, but, like, the point of abstract art is, like, what is it that it makes you feel when you experience it? And that is, like, the space that Majora's Mask, like, exists in as a game, is sort of like, well, what kind of experience are you pulling from it, from what you are putting into it?
Yeah. A part of me wonders if I would have gotten more out of the various connections to Ocarina of Time if I'd actually finished the game, just because the various characters that get reused and moved around, like the Gurner, over hanging out by the bathhouse and stuff like that.
I mean, I play, so some background that we kind of skipped over earlier. I'd never played Majora's Mask as a kid. I did play a bunch of Ocarina of Time because that's the game I owned. And I think that Majora's Mask as a game is in conversation with Ocarina, but in more of, like, it's more of a response to, like, trying to deconstruct and reconstruct Link as a character that they don't really do in Ocarina of Time. Like, Ocarina of Time, Link is just a very passive actor in a lot of ways. He is just kind of told he is the boy of legend who will save Hyrule, and is told where to go as more characters are telling you how the game's controls work. Rather than, like, you don't really get a sense of, like, interiority from Link as a character in Ocarina of Time, but, like, there are moments in Majora that, like, you actually, Link has a personality. Like, he has personalities in other games. Like, I think Twilight Princess, he actually is, that's, like, one of the most expressive Links, like, ever done. But, like here, it's, like, the way, like, I just think about that quiet moment that he has, like, when he gets the Zora mask and he puts up the guitar and then just, like, basically bows and prays, or he mostly bows, but, like, in respect, right? like having like, despite being, a kid, he has a lot of like, he barely knew this person, but he knew that like, okay, no, this is what I'm supposed to do here. I'm supposed to show respect to this person who literally died in front of my eyes.
Yeah. Despite not liking the dungeon associated with it, I do think that the Zora cutscene when he's getting the mask is probably the best cutscene in the whole game. Just the way that the Zora that ended up passing away after giving his final words just walks off hand in hand with the lead singer for their band and just walks over to the rest of the band getting ready to play. That's a very poignant moment.
Yeah, and I think like there's a lot of like getting to know Link through other characters in little ways, right? Because I hold to that there's a lot of projecting going on here, right? Like there are the guards to the town that won't let you out. But once you turn into Hylian Link, they will, right? And the reason they do, they talk to you and they're like, listen, little guy, I can't... Oh, a sword. Clearly you're an adult. Which is not how an adult would think about this, right? An adult would be why do you have a sword?
Cut in that one vine of like, what you got there? A knife!
Exactly. But it's like, but Link is like, no, the moment I was handed this sword and this responsibility, I became an adult. And therefore, obviously, in his head, adults will see me the same way.
Yeah, there's a lot to this game of like it, perception is like an important part of this game because like putting on different masks, like it's not just like, it is a fun way to solve like social puzzles, but like characters treat you differently based on the mask you are wearing. And you have moments.
Did you experiment with the racist little terrier?
Oh, the racist little terrier that like fucking hates Deku.
Yeah, the racist terrier in like right at the clock tower, like town square where you start the game. Every time you rewind, will attack Deku Link. Won't do damage, but you'll flash red and get knocked down. He's afraid of Goron Link. He loves Zora Link. He doesn't feel any particular way about Hylian Link. And if you do the Bremen mask, he'll do this like awkward little march along with you. That's so cute.
Yeah, it like I didn't get that, but I did get like when you have Mask of Truth that allows you to hear the thoughts of the dogs, which is like key to winning the dog race. But like in this instance, he basically says like it's like if I see that Deku scrub again, I'm gonna bite him.
Yeah, it's just like
it's like a little shitty terrier.
And it is all part of this, like, yeah, like Link unpacking like different ways he presents to other people through the masks thing. And it's very like I'm skipping ahead to one of the questions. I'm burning a question because some of the stuff I was gonna save for the questions, right? So sorry to Miles. I have a second answer. Don't worry, I'll still have stuff to say. But I really love the treasure chest store receptionist who's just really horny, and she like gives you different prizes based on how into you she is. She likes buff dudes. If you show up as a Goron, that's how you get the heart piece, because that's the reward that time. And she's like, well, hey there, big guy. And you're like, sweetie, take a shower.
Go to church.
There's a really weird reaction I had with another shopkeeper in town. Like, if you happen to go to the item shop and you're wearing the bunny ears, the guy operating the counter is like, maybe we could sell this at our store sometime. And then you can't buy anything from him. You just try and talk to him and he says the same
or also
thing.
say like, I don't talk to him like he says like masquerade or whatever. He's like, it's like, no, take off the mask. We're not talking. Take that shit off.
Yeah. Very funny interaction, but like, yeah, I did love that like all the like these NPCs just have like so much personality just like in them. I think it's really something because like you said, like as you put on different masks, like people treat you differently, and it's like everyone has like something to say, which is like more than I could say about the Ocarina NPCs. Where like I also like really like the banker. The banker is just such a simple character who has a bizarre system of using like I guess like glow in the dark paint or something to keep track of how many rupees you have in the bank, which again, it like lends credence to the idea of like that's what a kid would think of like how banking works instead of having like a card or a ledger.
Well, and it's also like they're like, you know, as game designers, you're like, just fucking explain why he just always knows who you are, so we don't have to have you have 4 bank accounts.
Yeah.
That would be
also,
that would be kind of funny.
the closest structure that makes me think y'all might be onto something with Link projecting some of his thoughts onto the world is the fact that you have to sneak into a bar, but it's a milk bar. The adults just go there to drink milk, and eventually you can talk to an NPC who gives you the good stuff, and it's just a very nice type of milk.
And make no mistake, that is, well, I that one I do have to save for the questions, but there's some stuff with that is strong and dark.
Yeah, it's all the stuff that kind of makes me feel like this game is more of a comedy than a horror game.
That's
I mean, horror is the thing is like I don't disagree with you, but it's a thing you actually pointed out yourself separately in our DMs, which is horror is the wrong. I think this game is an atmosphere piece. I think the comedy is second to the atmosphere. I think it's still very funny, but
it has like a lot of levity. Like for like, you know, you have, you know, I'm thinking about like, for example, the lady who does the dog races, you know, and you talk to the dogs and to determine the dog that will win the race is like finding the one that'll be like, man, I'm really gonna get it. Or like, I think one of the winning phrases is also, it's like, I gotta do it for my wife and kids.
Oh, that's mid tier. That could, you know, he
that's
can
mid tier,
win, but that one's mid tier.
Right. Also, another tip that I got from the speedrun of this game, Blue Dog will literally never win the race. It is impossible for Blue Dog to win. It is programmatically impossible. In fact,
so of course, several donations went towards picking the Blue Dog multiple times.
In the 100% 2019 SGDQ speedrun of this game. It is so funny. There were just tons of donations telling the runner to pick Blue Dog at least once. So he did it twice and be like, y'all better pay up. Because like he basically missed the chance to do a sub 5-hour run. So he was like, all right, screw it. We're going to waste like 2 minutes on this stupid thing people keep requesting.
And you get like, I love like, you know, the dog is like, my leg hurts. Please pick someone else.
Yeah. But I think sorry, go ahead, Jen.
There's also the Romani Ranch where it's the evening of the first day involves a bunch of UFO monsters coming to steal cows, because that's a very classic interpretation of UFOs. It's very goofy just to ride around shooting these monster UFO things.
If you fail, they fucking take Romani away. It's bad. Don't fail that minigame.
Don't fail that minigame. That's why, like, if you go to the ranch on the third day, like, Romani is there, but she's clearly, like, dazed and confused and just doesn't know where anything is. Like, yeah, they take her away. And I think that, like, yeah, there's a lot of moments of levity in this game, but I think there's also just a lot of, like, I don't think it's an out-and-out horror game, obviously. I think that also, side point, like, horror and comedy are often, like, two sides of the same coin. There's a reason why, like, Sam Raimi can, like, make very funny and very scary movies, like, at the same time. Like, that's sort of, like, those aesthetics just, like, feed into one another because, you know, just how that works. But, like, the example I want to bring up with, like, the Romani stuff is, like, yeah, there's this, like, funny side story of shooting down a bunch of aliens that are stealing the cows, and then the next day, when you talk to the older sister, who you help deliver milk to town, she just, like, tells, like, this sad story of, like, yeah, our dad died recently, and we're just trying to keep this, like, thing going, and we don't know what we're doing, but it's the only thing we know how to do. And it's to me, like, that is like one of the more like quiet, poignant like moments of just like characters just being like dealt a shit hand, and the older sister is just trying to raise her younger sister, and just dad's not around, and there are these shitty Luigi looking motherfuckers who are like constantly trying to steal their milk, and she's just kind of reserved and like realizing, well, this is like kind of my lot in life, but I got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny that like this game has ghostly versions of Mario and Luigi, and one of them happens to be very evil.
Well, they're not ghosts. They're just people.
No. I'm talking about like in the valley area. You run it, the one that teaches you Song of Storms, and then you use it to defeat his brother.
Wait,
like,
what makes them Mario and Luigi?
Just the way that they're colored, and the way that
they're purple. I mean, I guess Waluigi's purple, but they're just purple.
Oh.
Yeah, Waluigi's just a man.
I just don't know what you're talking about, Jen. I'm sorry.
Okay. Fair. Okay, I'll go to a different thing that I noticed.
All right.
The two witches in this game, Kome and Kotake, that's a reference to a Kendaichi novel. Specifically, there are two older aunts in that novel that are kind of devious at times, but are mostly a red herring for the more devious stuff, and both of them have that name, Kome and Kotake.
And that's funny, I didn't know that, but that works out because the characters they're from in Ocarina are, like, pretty serious antagonists. They're very late into the game, and they're a big part of Ganondorf's rise, so they are here a red herring, because they really are just nice old ladies, and you'll assume because of their models that they're up to something bad.
Yeah, because like they together create Twin Rova, which is like a very powerful sorceress that you defeat in Ocarina of Time. But here it's just sort of like one of the sisters gets lost in the woods, and you gotta like bring her some red potion, which you can also get a free blue potion if you have the sniffing mask that allows you to find mushrooms. But yeah, they're just like two weird old ladies who run a potion shop and also the like tourism bureau of like the Southern Swamp. And another example of some of the great, like you talked about the difference in animation work in Majora's, right? Like when Kome goes into the forest and gets hurt, right? You have to go like bring her a potion. You can either buy one or go back to Kotake and be like, oh, Kome is hurt, and she'll give you a red potion to give to her. And when you go up and give Kome the potion, Kome like just snatches it out of your hands and then like turns back and gives you a quick little like, hey, thank you nod. She's like, I was super rude right there, thank you, and just a quick little head bob, and then she just chugs it. Yeah, it's like, it's really funny how like all the characters, like even the basic characters just kind of like on a repeating loop, just have like really interesting ways of expressing themselves. I also like, also in the Southern Swamp, I do love that Tingle's dad is there, who is just sort of like, is my boy out there in that fairy costume again? Oh dear. But he does appreciate it when you take a picture of Tingle and just say, oh, at least he's safe, I guess.
Is this game the introduction of Tingle?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Tingle would later be used, I think, in... Like, he's a recurring character. Like, I know he shows up a little bit in Wind Waker. Does he show up in Twilight Princess? I don't think so.
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Yeah, but yeah, Tingle is a goofy little guy who'll sell you a map.
It's very funny that both him and Beetle became mainstays within the later games of the series.
Yeah, just assembling parts of the myth to carry forward the legend, if you will.
Yeah, it's like the fucking recurring legend of the hero of time, and it just it also turns out there's a bunch of recurring weirdos throughout time as well.
I mean, like, it's kind of how, I mean, like, this is just how stories work in general, but it's also like how myths work, where like a lot of like classic myths, it's like elements were added to them over time, and just sort of like some of them stuck, some of them didn't, just a random fun, like there's a bunch of, we should make a big topic switch at some point, but just a bunch of like little random things that are fun, right? I love the Insufferable Honey and Darling, which is a store run by a young couple that are just nonstop kissing and talking about like how annoying it is that people come in to bother them in their store.
Yeah, because it's like, oh yes, they are the model that they reuse is like a dancing couple in the middle of Hyrule Castletown in Ocarina of Time. And I think it's very funny because like the Honey and Darling quest, if you do it like over the 3 days, it just ends with like, but what is love really? And then just not like really addressing that because they are basically going to be on the 4th day. Like, yeah, it's a very heroic story, except for these two who on day 4 realize they can't stand each other or something. That would be funny.
It's also very funny because like the note in the Bomber's Notebook is like, really obnoxious couple that loves showing off how much they love each other, right? And it's very funny to think that Link saw this couple dancing in town square and just has been seething about them ever since.
On that same note, just going back to the Gurner for a second, I do love the bizarre story he tells you about like how he formed a band with a bunch of people in animal masks. Some of them were actually animals. It was cool and fine. But then he does his little angry animation. It's like, what? The leader was a dog. Why wasn't it me? It had to be this stupid dog.
Another fun one you get is, did either of you do the full Deku Playground chain?
Is that the one in front of like the fairy fountain?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I did the full chain for that one. What's that deal?
So it's pretty straightforward. It's like Honey and Darling, right? Where you show up every day and set the high score, right? Set the record time. And the 3rd day in a row where you set a score, they're like, wait, you must be a professional Deku Flower man. I can't believe, like, here's a heart piece. You're banned from the shop, never come back. And if you come back in, they pop up for a second, and then they go, it's Link, hide! And they duck back down and won't talk to you.
That's really good.
That's great.
Although, like, you mentioning, like, Honey and Darling, one of the longest side quests in this game is the cafe mask story.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I think, is like, that's like one of the best side stories in the game. Is like, so there's this, like, at the beginning of every time loop, you see this like kid in the Keaton mask and is checking the mail. And then you just find out that it is like you're trying to like reunite him with Anju. And like, I just think that story is really well told and like it's such an involved quest. But there's like so many little moments. So I think it's funny how in this game you have Honey and Darling, which is like really obnoxious, like depiction of love and relationships. And then you have Cafe and Anju, which is this like really sweet and like mature like relationship between these two people.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff and the cafe quest is around this, but the way the characters react to realizing their doom, right? Where like, you know, the cafe quest has a bunch of great beats along the way, but at the end it's like, okay, you finally reunite these two. Cafe is like, you helped him get his like special like marriage mask back, and he's like, okay, we showed up, we are doing the ritual to combine the masks, we are effectively married, you are our witness, here, take this, and now you should get to cover. There is an hour left before everything's gone. And Andrew's like, it's okay, we are just going to stay, and like, she doesn't say it, but you know, she is expressly like saying, we're together, we will stay here and die. Which is very sad. You get a bunch of other stuff from other characters, right? You get, you know, Cafe's mom, who is in the milk bar, aka the bar, just drinking and being like, maybe it'll still be okay, maybe it'll still be okay. You have the postman who's like, I really want to run to safety, but I don't want to lose my job, which is so fucking real. Go ahead.
You have lots of characters like that, like the guards. When you talk to them, they're just like, "Hey, shouldn't we be running at this point? I guess we still have to do this job."
So they stop you if you try to leave. If you don't try to leave until the last night, right? They'll still try to stop you, but they have to explain why doing that. So their dialogue changes, and they're like, "Hey, stop! Do you know are we running? Is this is that fair still? Oh god!
Yeah." Yeah, it's just like also on like the third day in which the moon is like falling on Termina, like if you are in town, the guards are just looking to the sky,
and like they're just hyperventilating.
Yeah, because like part of like related to the Cafe Mask to the Cafe and Anju like side story is one of which the mayor, because like the mayor is Cafe's father, and if you go into the mayor's office, you just have these adults in this screaming match with each other about like what the hell they're supposed to do in this instance. And the way it resolves is that you have to get the couple's mask, the one like from Anju and Cafe's like declaration of love, like given to you as witness, to basically settle like the argument, which the mayor takes as like everyone can kind of do whatever the hell they want, but it like, which is a flippant way to kind of put it, but
yeah,
like,
I mean, it is a flippant solution, right? His solution is, well, I guess everyone has to decide for themselves whether they want to be killed by the moon. No, motherfucker, evacuate the town.
But like if you do, I took your advice, Six, at one point, and I saved beforehand, which was a good thing to do. If you play this game, you really should let the moon crash into Termina, like at least once, because it really sells that like the destruction of like the moon crashing isn't just localized to Clocktown. Like this is an apocalyptic event. And like I do love like even it's also like it gets like recontextualized a little bit in the final encounter with Skull Kid, where it's like, oh yeah, this is this moon that is coming down to consume everything. And it is so I don't know about you two.
Yeah.
But I don't like my nightmares tend to be very abstract. Whenever I occasionally will get nightmares and night terrors, like it's not often. It's just the way my anxiety kind of works, that like I don't really remember the details of my dreams very well, and my nightmares tend to be more abstract concepts rather than anything specific. The moon crashing into Termina did actually in fact give me a vivid nightmare of being stuck in like a time, like I was stuck with like seconds to go before the moon crashing into the earth, and every time I tried Song of Time I only went back by a couple seconds.
Damn.
Yeah, it is a very affecting scene, because like that's why like this game is like such a really effective piece of like atmospheric storytelling, because it's like, damn, that moon, right? Like
they enforce it so effectively. I mean, it is an image that has like outlasted the game itself. It is like people think of that image, it's very iconic, but like it's because they enforce it so well, right? Like, if you wait until the moon is about to crash, the music changes to this really haunting track, and the clock tower is ringing like crazy, and the earth is shaking. And then just normally, like, during the game, anytime you look at the sky, you just have this huge, like, haunted-looking moon just hanging massive in the sky, and all of the Sheikah stones, right? Which in the original game, it's like, oh, sometimes they'd give you the time of day, or they'd give you a weird bit of Easter egg knowledge. They all just tell you how much time you have left.
Yeah. Like, there were, like, this isn't like a jump scare type game, but I did I would in fact jump a little when I was like in first person camera. Like, I would be in the open world. I'd use the first person camera to find like the next part of my objective or something. And then the moon would just be there, and it changes position in the sky in time with the like 3-day timer as well. So it's not, if you go to like a spot on a different day, the moon's going to be in a different part of it. And it's like
bigger.
And bigger, right. And that's like one of the most effective pieces, like the effective part of how this game's like dread works. Like, I think dread is probably the most appropriate like word to describe it, because it is a cataclysmic event that you can only offset, never completely get rid of until the very end. But like, while you are playing the game, all you can do is reset a few days backwards.
And you always know that, like, you know, you reset the timeline, but like when you convince the mayor, you know, to make this choice, it's by showing him evidence from a previous loop of his like kid dying, right? And he doesn't know that. But like, yeah, I got this because I watched your kid accept death.
Yeah. For a game that was like, Ocarina of Time is very much like aimed at children, because we, you know, it's a Zelda game. You know, it's like you're going on a big old adventure, and it's like, I think that Majora's Mask like is still a great game for like younger kids, because like it is still a like focused on these like very dark ideas, but like it's kind of an effective like way to practice your own response to these sorts of things. Like one of the key things about this game is about like, okay, you are told there's 72 hours left to, you know, to like stop this threat. What kind of person are you going to be? And Link's answer, of course, is that like he's gonna try and save the world again.
And you know, ultimately, successfully saving the world is the best thing you can do, right? But like, in a loop where it's like, oh, this loop I did, you know, the like Snowhead Temple, right? It's like, okay, great. With the 72 hours you had, you managed to fight this like temple full of monsters that no one goes to, and you managed to make it spring. That's nice. Do you think your time would have been better spent helping people? Because like emotionally speaking, like it's important to do the temples. You have to do the temples. But as far as like how I felt when I rewound time to go back to the start, I felt better the loops that I'd spent doing side quests and helping people.
Yeah. Yeah, same. Like, I would do the temple quests to, like, I mean, that's how you know, get the items to help you advance into, like, the next parts of the game. But there would be times in which I would take a loop just to be like, okay, I know I can do the cafe quest here. I know I can do, like, you know, something to, like, help people around town, you know?
Yeah.
Jen, which side quests did you do, out of curiosity?
I did a couple. I'm glad that I did do the side quests, but I kind of got pushed onto them in an annoying way. Basically, when you're trying to liberate the Zora eggs from the Gerudo fortress, you have to get 4 eggs total. But if you have not been keeping up with the side quests, you may not have 4 bottles, so you might have to do several return trips.
I I guess that's true. It's a game about side quests.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the part when I finally realized it, because initially I was like, well, this is a very stupid design decision, and I'm even angry at the game now. And then I went to do side quests, and I was like, oh, I'm having a much better time doing this than I am with this fucking dungeons. So I saw it as the game's way of pointing me to the good stuff. So yeah, I think my favorite side quest, and again, this is getting into someone else's question who asked about our favorite NPCs. My favorite one was the guy with the cuckoos, because he's basically frustrated because the moon is falling, and he's like, I'm not going to be able to live to see my little cuckoos grow up. So you get the mask, you play the Pied Piper, gather them all into a line, and once they're all gathered together, they suddenly grow up, and suddenly he's very delighted. And I found that very charming.
There are a lot of characters who are a fucking mood in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think the dude with the sick mohawk who's sitting there, who's like, we're gonna all die, and like that's whatever. But I really just want to see these chickens. It's a mood.
Yeah.
A thing I meant to mention when I was talking about the various reactions to the moon falling. Did anybody talk to the banker as when the timer appears on, when there's like six?
Yes.
And
Yes.
he's like, good on you for staying. This whole moon thing is fake. It's like, dude.
He's like, he just goes like, oh, you're an impressive little guy. You didn't like evacuate? Huh.
You didn't freak out because of the fake news. It's like, buddy, I can reach the moon right now. I could touch it. We're in trouble.
We're in trouble, man.
He's too busy just pounding his stall again and again to look up.
I guess. He does have a little roof over him. He can't see it.
Yeah, with the big vaults behind him.
Since you keep alluding to what a bad time you were having around the period of the Zora section, can we talk real quick about Georg, the fish boss?
Giant Georg.
Kyrie, what was your experience with Georg?
Beat it on my first try. Like, It was like, again, maybe this, like, I mean, I didn't do, like, I knew that you had to attack the thing. It was a little annoying that, like, Gorg could, like, grab you and then fling you. Like, but I found that to be like, oh, I quickly grokked the idea that, like, oh, I hit him with an arrow, jump in the water, hit him, and then repeat the loop.
Did you know you had a different fight than Jen and I?
Kind of. But
yeah.
How's it different? We could talk. I think now would be a good time to talk about like 3DS and N64 differences here. But like, let's start with this one.
I think largely it's in like boss fights is where they did the most changes. So on N64, Georg is a fight where you're on the land as Hylia and Link, and you shoot the fish with arrows to stun it, and then you run out and hit it with Zora Link, and you have to get back real fast before it wakes up and gets you. You can do this fight only as Zora Link. It's very hard. On 3DS, this is a 2-phase fight where the first phase you're on there and you like shoot the fish to stun it. You go up and you shock it, and then once you've done this enough, you like the fish destroys the platform and you go underwater as Zora Link, and like it tries to eat you and you knock mines into its mouth.
Oh,
it fucking sucks.
That sounds miserable. I preferred like you just hit the damn thing.
Yeah,
that was not a fun fight.
Especially because it's very RNG focused, where like he does this thing where he tries to like hoover you in, and like if he stops in the middle of nowhere where there's not a mine near him, I guess you should check Twitter. You can't interact with him in any way, and you just have to wait for him to finish and move somewhere else. It's like kind of a simple fight on N64. It's just a bad one on 3DS.
Mm.
And I can get why they changed it, because you can totally... Y'all mentioned stunning him and then going in as Zora Link to do some damage. Like, you can just stay on the land the entire time on the Nintendo 64 version if you want to, and just pelt it with arrows until it's done. Mm-hmm. I can see them seeing that and be like, yeah, we should make them use Zora Link at some point. And
that's a similar change they made with Odolwa, who is again, like on N64, this is a very simple fight. You do various
Slash
things.
as,
Yeah,
you
you slash him.
as angles. Yeah.
Sometimes you shoot an arrow to make him block so you can get close enough to slash him. On 3DS, they put a bunch of Deku flowers everywhere, and what they want you to do is like get in, like fly above him and drop Deku nuts down like you're a bomber, and then slash him a bunch. It was annoying. I didn't do that. I just hit him with my sword.
I did the same thing, and I didn't even know that was a change they wanted me to take advantage of.
Like I get the like desire to be like, okay, you have Goat, which is like fought almost exclusively, like is fought basically exclusively with the Goron mask. There is a way to fight Goat like with arrows, but
don't do it.
but don't do that. Again, the speedrunning trick is that you just go to like one portion of the track and Goat gets basically frozen and in like doesn't activate its running animation or something. Anyway, but like it's a lot more fun to just, you know, rev up at full screen speed and just like slam into them, you know. I do also know that Twin Mold is a basically completely different fight in 3DS.
Yeah. So the N64 version is a recreation of the old, is it Link to the Past fight?
Moldorm is a enemy in Link to the Past. Is also a enemy that shows up in the original Zelda, but like in Link to the Past, I remember this fight. Basically, 3 Moldorms spawn, like these like worm creatures that float in the air that you got to hit with arrows. And so here, Twin Mold is 2 massive versions of that. So that's why in Majora, like that's why like. So a key part of their weakness is that you can, if you hit the red one with ice arrows, it does triple damage, and vice versa for the blue one.
Yeah, I'm forgetting. There is some other boss fight that is almost in the Zelda series that is almost identical to the original version, where it is just like bugs burrowing, like these big long worms who you can hurt the tail and head, like popping in and out of sand.
Yeah, that's Link to the Past like has that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that because I've played the Link to the Past randomizer a lot, and that's a manageable fight with Fighter Sword, but like because of how randomizers work and how you have later game items in the fight, like it's a lot more fun with later game items.
Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. But
anyway.
Yeah, it's just a very simple recreation of that. It's not really a puzzle fight at all, right? And it's not too much of one on 3DS, but it is a 2-phase fight. The first phase, you fight the second, like the blue one, and you shoot. It has like big eyes on it because eyes are the theme of bosses on 3DS. Everyone has huge eyes for some reason that you hit.
Because they look like the eyes of the moon, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know.
I do have a quote from Iwata from Aonuma that explains why they decided to go that route, but I'll let you finish this part for 6.
So you shoot it with arrows to kill it, and then once you kill it, it spawns the giant's mask in a chest, and you put that on, and without a weapon, like in N64, all the giant's mask does is make you big, right? Yeah. In this, you don't have a sword. Link is like doing CQC on the red one.
I have to admit that's kind of cool. Like I watched a little bit of footage of like what I looked over Jen's shoulder and also watched a little bit of footage from a speedrun of like the fight. And it is kind of sick how a giant Link grabs like the tail of the Moldorm and just slams it into the ground.
You give that motherfucker the so long gay Bowser. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the really devious part because in the 3DS version, if you're just fighting him and just doing it as the animations tell you to, it's a 4-phase fight. However, when you first grab him by the tail, the game does not prompt you for this at all. If you just start swiveling the control stick the same way you would in the So Long Gay Bowser thing for Mario 64, it takes an entire phase off the boss.
The Project Restoration simply makes it a 2 cycle, and also makes another change that Jen you might not have noticed. You have to hit him a couple of times to stun him. The number of hits you have to do resets every time he burrows underground. Your damage just gets undone. Project Restoration changes that as well, so that's not true anymore. Just a better fight.
But yeah.
I actually, so honestly, upon hearing about the thing, like, oh, you have to spin the stick to like do a little bit more damage. Like, one of the things I think about with this game is like how much of the game is left to like your own experimentation and interpretation in some ways, like how it just gives you like little hints to like broader details. Like, I actually think that's one of the best parts of the game. Like, I adore the fact that like inverted Song of Time and Song of Double Time requires you to understand how the notes of Song of Time work to activate them. Like, the Scarecrow tells you just like, oh yeah, play the notes twice or play them backwards to like activate these songs. And I love that because like that's way better than like what Ocarina does, which is just tells you everything. It's like, I like that this game doesn't tell you everything and that there are little secrets and tricks that you can come across by just experimenting or talking to NPCs.
And you can do everything without ever using those. It's annoying to do so. Don't do that. But
Yeah. In terms of why the bosses were redesigned that way, going back to the Iwata Asks interview, basically, when working alongside Mikiharu Oya from Grezzo, Aonuma insisted that all of the bosses would be changed by saying, I've been saying that all of the boss battles are weird. All of them. When you first face a boss, it is natural to start looking for its weakness so you can figure out where to attack it. However, in the Nintendo 64 version of this game, you couldn't see the weaknesses at all. Iwata counters with like, isn't that part of the original challenge? And Aonuma's like, this would be alright if the users understood this while they were fighting. However, this turned into a game where players won by randomly attacking the boss without really figuring out what its weaknesses were. So, essentially, because of that, both Grezzo and Aonuma looked for what they called aha moments, which in this case was putting eyeballs on everything.
Yeah, which is having a cutscene where a huge eyeball sprouts being like, hit here, you fucking moron.
Yeah, the fuck me please, like, prompt, like, shows up here.
I understand where he's coming from. I think it's kind of crap.
Yeah, I can understand watching a bunch of people play these bosses and just use the most inefficient way to do it because they can't figure out a better way to, and being like, God damn it, we need to change these bosses right now.
But the thing is, you're going, like, if you are playing this game to 100% completion, you're going to be fighting these bosses multiple times, and eventually, like, you'll figure out, like, oh yeah, this is, like, how I take out these bosses more effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think the eyes, like, the Project Restoration removes the eyes, right? Doesn't have the huge eye pop up. And what time does it, like, Jen, when you, like, punched, when you shot arrows at Blue Twin Rova and it fell down, did you not realize you were supposed to attack it? If the eye hadn't been there, had you been like, probably I should start playing random songs on my fucking ocarina now? No, you'd be like, this is a Zelda game. I knocked the boss down. Now I hit it. And that's all the eye ever illustrates, is that you have knocked the boss down. Now you can hit it.
Yeah. Though I do like the eyes on the underside of that one twin mold side because it does give you, like, it tells you exactly how many arrows you need to fire before it falls to the ground and you can hurt it more.
Sure, I think, like, it can be... The problem is using it as a Band-Aid, right? Of, like, telling you that a Voss is vulnerable. I don't think having eyes as a weak point is fundamentally bad. I think having Goat randomly grow a gigantic eyeball bigger than he is out of literally his asshole to tell you can stab him is fucking stupid.
That is very fair. Yeah.
Yeah, like, there's plenty of other ways that a game can communicate like the state of the boss is vulnerable, attack it with your sword, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I can kind of see where Aonuma was coming from, but also at the same time the thing that I appreciate about Majora's Mask is how much faith it has in the player to kind of figure this shit out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really think that, if nothing else, I think the game is very good at, like the best Zelda games are the ones that, like, respect your ability to deduce and, like, figure out the rules of its world. And I think Majora's Mask does this, like, really effectively. And it also can help tie into, like, so, I mean, the story is one of Link was forced to grow up in the last game, and now he's back into this childlike state. And this, in my interpretation, there is, like, a bit of Link trying to figure out, moving through his own adolescence and trying to figure out how the world works. And you express that by way of how you, the player, have to interpret how this world works.
Sure, I can see that. And, like, the thing is, the parts where it's a real bottleneck, they didn't change, right? Like, I mean, it's like, Kyrie, did you get stuck on any bosses?
I nearly got stuck on Twin Mold, but I realized at a certain point that, like, it was because I went into the fight without magic. But I also, because I was like, oh no, I need to use magic for the Giant's Mask, right, to fight it.
Right.
But also there are these big creepy crawly things that are shown to destroy things if they, like, pass through these pillars. And what do you know? The pillars drop magic. So I put on the bunny hood, grabbed the magic, and I was able to do the fight normally.
But even then, it was a bottleneck of resources, not knowing what to do.
Yeah.
All of us got confused in the water temple. They didn't change that at all.
Yeah.
Jen, you got tripped up in Snowhead. They didn't smooth that process out at all. So, like, the only thing they smoothed out, which was these boss fights, which are, if they were a problem, if Aonuma was like, his problem was that people were solving it wrong. He doesn't have a problem with people not solving it, which is like, I think your priorities are in the wrong place.
There were some more, like, helping hand stuff done throughout the game in general.
Sure.
Like, Bomber's Notebook was a big one. He mentions that the bombers in the Nintendo 64 game are actually pretty useless kids because they talk about how they're going to set up an information network and then they don't do anything after you get the notebook.
Yeah.
But
which I think is kind of a funny bit of storytelling because they're just a bunch of they're 5-year-olds running around pretending to be heroes of justice. Like, that's kind of funny, but go on.
But yeah, for the 3DS version, he decided, let's give these kids a bit more use. So, in addition to the Bomber's Notebook just being more useful in general, because you can set timers for certain events, and it does a better job of marking the side quests you're in the middle of and completed. You can also talk to various kids throughout the game within the clock tower, these bombers, and they'll basically talk about rumors about things happening either in the town or elsewhere in the world, and that'll give you a little question mark on your notebook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they sort of seed the quest. Yeah, the Bomber's Notebook stuff is all just like, I want to be clear. I think if you're down for doing a little bit of work, hacking a 3DS or an emulator, you should play Project Restoration.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, I really would recommend playing the 3DS version over the N64 version. I think a lot of the conveniences are like stuff that that the game just wasn't able to do on N64.
Right.
That just is smarter.
Yeah. Like, it is a little annoying that, like, for many of the quests that have, like, a time-based element, and granted, this is, like, can also be seen as part of the design of, like, okay, you have to, like, go to, like, for example, at Romani Ranch to fight the UFO aliens, you have to be there at 1:30 in the morning, I believe. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, Song of Double Time, like, only allows you to go to either 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. of the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, grandma stops telling her stories, like, in the evening, I believe. Or I could be wrong, but, like, she can only,
you're right.
like, yeah. Like,
Third day.
yeah. On the third day, she stops telling stories because she's evacuated. But it was, like, a little frustrating to, like, show up at a, like, story trigger and just have to wait for the story trigger to happen. But also, it's like, okay, sure. Like, I understand why you do that, but I also understand why in 3DS you make Song of Double Time basically just say, okay, just
Pick
tell
an
me
hour.
where you pick an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like, even though, like, you know, Shenmue was, like, similar in that, like, you could, like, waste time, right? But then that they very smartly in Shenmue 2 was like, okay, if you make it to the story trigger, you want to make it to the next story thing, so we'll just advance the clock.
And also, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
And also, like, in Shenmue, like, that's the thing, is they gave you good things to do with the time, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
in Shenmue, like, I would either get up to other things as far as, like, you know, other activities, or if it's like, okay, I have this thing I need to do in Shenmue 1, and it's a couple of hours before I can do it, there's going to be a spot nearby where I can practice my martial arts and raise my stats, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's also, like, that's how Ryo would spend that time, realistically. He's like, I have downtime, I've been running around, I need to make sure I'm practicing. But yeah, the feature on Majora's Mask 3D to do the skip is better.
Also, having gyro controls sounds way better when it comes to, like, the various aiming mini games.
Yes.
Which were tortured on N64. Like, I did them, I got them done, but, like, fuck. Sometimes, like,
yeah,
like
the target mini games with just the N64 analog stick is
N64 analog stick, and also the fucked up hitboxes of, like, the Gwei, like those flying, like, like, I think I have a video saved on my Switch of, like, an arrow just passing through the Gwei 3 or 4 times, even though it clearly clips their wings. It's like, guys, why isn't the hitbox bigger?
Yeah, there were multiple times when Kyrie was playing Majora's Mask downstairs. I was in the home office, and I would just hear...
I multiple times would just say, oh, come on. Like, oh, fuck off. Yeah, aiming was a little annoying. Like, sometimes they were able to, like, make it work. Like, the Darling and Honey mini games at least were manageable because the targets are much bigger. But that being said, I still had a moment where the arrow plunked into the target. It didn't like do the animation where it's split in half.
Did you get all the stray fairies?
I got I got all the stray fairies in Woodfall, in basically everything but Stone Tower, because unfortunately with Stone Tower I was, like, under a little bit of time pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, oh, I have to invert the tower 3 times if I'm, like, I read a guide. It's like, oh, you're gonna have to invert it like 2 or 3 times, which is like, I think inverting the tower is super fucking cool.
Yeah, we gotta talk about Stone Tower in a second, but
yes. But, like, also it's like, okay, but I knew the fairy, like, it was Great Fairy Sword, and it's like, I already got the really useful stuff. But go ahead. But
that means you did get the one in, like, probably the most fucked up shot the game asks you to do.
Mm-hmm.
In Woodfall Temple, where you have to stand on a spinning platform and shoot an arrow through a flame into a torch across the room.
Yeah.
That shot was such bullshit.
It's miserable shot. I mean, the way I managed to do it was that if there are no enemies in the room, if you Z target, Link will face in the same direction the whole time. Or I did it in first person because, like, it preserves Link's facing angle, but as you rotate, so I was able to, like, okay, eventually Sorry, I just hit my mic.
Mm.
I knew that eventually you would rotate around. I'd rotate around and be able to fire the shot, but it is kind of a horseshit shot.
I guess this might be an instance where gyro controls make it worse, because the gyro overrides that, and you can't do that.
Oh, it doesn't preserve your facing angle when
No,
you're rotating?
because I mean, I guess if you were able to robotically hold perfectly still, maybe it would. But I have like blood that makes my body move in very slight ways. And so it's just like me in the break room at work, like spinning 700 degrees in my chair and fucking swearing.
God. God.
That shot was miserable. But yes, we passed over it. It's the one temple we haven't really talked that much about, because the Stone Tower Temple is probably the best Zelda dungeon of all time.
It is really, really fucking cool. Like, as frustrating as I found it initially, like, once I understood the logic of, like, the ascent to Stone Tower is really fucking cool, because you learn Elegy of Emptiness, and that is where you see the statue that they based Ben drowned off of, obviously. And, like, you are able to, like, place these totems, like, on these pressure pads to raise these stones, but you have to do them in a specific order. But it was, like, really cool to puzzle out how to, like, make it move in the right way, and then playing Elegy of Emptiness to summon the totem. And like, it feels like it's a real accomplishment once you, like, make the path towards Stone Tower, and then you're in the dungeon, and it's a really fucking cool dungeon.
It's like there are a bunch of puzzles that are like pretty, like, there aren't a lot of like huge brain teasers, right? But it is a dungeon that plays with verticality and in ways that it's like, oh, I have to do this big jump here. Oh, I have to do like this, you know, sort of somewhat scary, like leap here. And then like some fairly simple puzzles, but like simple enough, but like enough to be satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
And then you flip the tower over and you're like, oh, I thought we were playing with verticality before. If I miss this jump, I fall into the sky.
Yeah, I was gonna, like... So this game did not give me nightmares, but this specific temple called back to a childhood fear that I had.
Yes.
One of the silliest things that I would do as a kid is I would go out in a grassy field and I would just do a headstand and grab onto the grass. And while I was doing that, my brain was like, oh shit, I'm going to fall into the sky. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And I would quickly upright myself.
As a kid, if I looked at the night sky, I would get vertigo and feel like I was going to fall into it. A little less self-inflicted than Jennifer, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But...
Yeah, a little. I never had the falling into the sky, like, nightmare. But, like, I could... I do have a slight fear of heights, though. I remember... What was it? I think in St. Louis, you have the arch that you can ride on top, like to the top of. That will, like, I was clinging to the guardrail the entire time, and when my parents were like, okay, time to go, I was like, thank you. I'm done with this experience now.
And this is like, yeah, the jump, some of the jumps you have to do as Deku Link.
Oh, they're a clencher.
Where it's like, the Deku Link animation is exquisite. I didn't enjoy it, right? But that's the point, is the animation of like Deku Link like desperately kicking his legs for another couple of inches. As you're like, I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna fall.
The fucked up thing is they will vary the time of like how much Link will do the little kick, like based on the flower that you fly from, because like the flight times are different. So there's never at any point in which I could think to myself, oh, I have a couple, like, okay, here's the warning sign, I know when I'm gonna fall. No, the designers were like, by changing the number of frames or whatever that it allows you to fly, and just subtly changing them between flowers in the same room sometimes. Brilliant. Perfect.
It's just like you will always have enough to do it. It will never feel like you do.
Yeah, you will have just like that fucking panic attack of like, oh god, I am going to fall in a stone tower. It's like, oh, I'm going to fall forever.
Yeah, specifically like when you first come into the inverted area and the awning, when it was originally right side up, is now just a walkway across the abyss. It's such a cool image.
It is so cool.
Or like when you this is especially if you do all the fairies, so you inverted the tower more than once, and you come back in and you're like, how the fuck do I get back to the boss door? Are you kidding me? And you're like, oh, I have to grapple to an empty chest on the ceiling and then just fall and trust I will land on something. It's just like, ah!
Yeah, like the way in which like that tower, like even when you flip the tower, if you don't have the bunny hood when you're leaping between the stones to get back into the tower, like you can make the jump, but it is always a clincher every single time because Link just falls far enough to like make you think, oh god, I'm gonna miss this jump. Like the way this game the way this game exasperates anxiety is actually kind of brilliant. Like, it's in so many parts of its design.
And even then, you can avoid it if you're good, because you can time your roll just right that you roll into a jump and then you just make it clean. But you better not fuck up that roll.
Better not fuck up that roll, because if you fuck up that roll, you're just gonna fall, buddy. I do love that they give Link a little side. Like, there's time, like, randomly, if you do a jump, Link will just stunt for a second.
I think that's only with Bunny Hood or as Zora Link.
Yeah. Like, he'll just, like, do this. No, I think he'll do the side, like, the kind of cartwheel jump, like, without the Bunny Hood.
Okay, I wore the Bunny Hood a lot, so...
Oh yeah, Bunny Hood is like easily one of the most, like, is one of the most useful items that you can get. Like, even if you're doing like a sort of like low percent, any percent type of run or whatever when you play this game, like, you should get the Bunny Hood because it just makes like traversal that much easier.
Mm-hmm.
It will actually fuck you on some places though. Like, if the in Woodfall, not Woodfall, in Snowhead. There's a stray fairy that you have to jump on these invisible blocks, and if you are wearing the Bunny Hood, you're just gonna fall.
Yeah, you're gonna jump too far. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then also it gives you like a slippery Luigi run, which can fuck you up sometimes.
Yeah, like even the parts of the Stone Temple that were a little more demanding, like the mirror puzzles, I found those were a lot of fun. Like, just figuring out exactly how long I had to charge up one mirror with sunlight before just doing a mad dash and getting the other mirror lit up so I could remove a block. That was a blast.
I did appreciate when you told me, Jen, that like I had to charge the mirror for longer than what I was. I was getting a little frustrated, but once he crocked onto that, it's like, oh, okay, I can do this puzzle now.
Yeah, I think it is a little frustrating, but I think it's cool enough that you end up forgiving it.
And once you get light arrows, you can just like get rid of those blocks. You can
you're just like I don't care anymore. Goodbye.
That's the fun part of like a Zelda dungeon, is just like when you're forced to backtrack, but you have the traversal item or the key item of the dungeon, and you just blast through it.
When you go back on a third run and to fight Oldawal with Bunny Hood and Great Fairy Sword, and you're like, I do not care about you. Yeah, that is a good feeling. I realized one of the reasons Jen probably didn't do much side stuff, like, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff she could have done, right? I'm not here to shame you, I promise, Jen, but just noting there's a bunch of stuff you could have done. But there's also the spider houses.
Yeah. I tried doing one of them and I was like, oh, this is just very unpleasant. I'm leaving.
Yeah. I think some of the like individual solutions in them are a little frustrating. So basically these are like haunted houses basically, but they're haunted by 30 spiders who are hiding in different places, and you have to find them and clear them out. And I think it's pretty cool. I think they do some fun stuff with how they hide them, and like
I really like
Yeah.
the Great Bay Spider House.
Yeah, that
actually
one's
quite a
way
bit.
better than the swamp one is okay. The Great Bay one's way better. You're right.
Mhm. Yeah, the Great Bay one is like, so the Great Bay one is really, it is the haunted house that you mentioned. This is how you get the like Giant's Wallet. Um, Well, you have to do it on the first day because, like,
On N64.
On N64, on N64, you got to do it on the first day. But I do love the line from the guy that is just like, "Huh, this house seems safe." From what? It's like, because he's very clearly worried about the moon more than he's worried about the fucking like skeleton like dudes just kind of like having a jamboree like in the
Library.
in the library. Yeah, but that spider house is doubly fun once you have like the captain's hat. Like the captain's hat is like, you know, one of my favorite items in this game because you get so you meet this giant captain like skeleton. You got to beat him in a race. Well, you have to beat him up. And you do that by like hitting him with arrows and stuff. But once you get this captain's hat, like he tells you, it's like, yes, I led a great army, but now it's all just reduced to dust. And so I'm giving you this hat so you can talk to my remaining soldiers. Maybe you can give them peace. And that's really cool. And then you go to the graveyard, and then if you're not wearing the mask, the skeleton like monsters will just sort of start attacking you. But if you're wearing the captain's hat, they'll salute you, and you're like, "Oh, sir, haven't seen you in a long time, sir. Just doing my duty, sir." Like, is really fucking cool.
And there's it is, you know, the game is often grim, but this is one of the times where the grim comedy is just comedy, even with how grim it is, right? Because it's like, "Oh, sir, just doing my undying duty, sir. Marching in a circle until you tell me to stop, sir." And you're like, "Okay, you can stop." It's like, "Oh, I can die now? Thank you, sir." And they just disintegrate.
Yeah, the presumably grimmest part in the whole map is the part where they just have a whole lot of fun with the gallows humor, because you get the captain's mask, and basically the fight you have with that undead king, like, there's multiple ways you can fuck around with it, and it won't affect how the fight goes, but it just results in a comedic moment. Like, if you get the...
I'm so glad you guys saw this. I thought I was going to have to tell you.
No. I was... See, when I was fighting this, like, the Ghost King or whatever, I put on the captain's mask because I was doing just a little bit of role-playing, because I was just like, yeah, I just want to, like, stunt on these guys, right? I didn't realize that mid-fight, he would go, "Oh, Kita, it's not Captain Kita. You're so tiny." I was nearly fooled.
He goes, it takes him, he's like, "Captain Kita, oh, thank God you're here, man." And you were like, seconds ago, standing in this exact place was a little green shithead. He's like, "It's so good. You're smaller than I remember. You're too small. You can't be the captain." It's like, buddy, it took you so much to work up to this revelation.
It was so fucking funny. And then you talk to like the soldiers in the Great Bay skeletal house, and it's like they basically tell you the like solution to a puzzle to like get a heart piece, but it's just like, I love how different masks just change the interactions with different characters, including enemies. Like, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, going back to that boss fight, if you happen to put on the Kuko mask and start doing the marching thing, like the two goon skeletons will just start marching right behind you for a bit while you're still doing that.
That's great. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's very good. Also, throughout that whole place, you're fighting re-deads. You guys discovered the mask trick with the re-deads?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I still had it equipped on my C buttons at the time.
Ah, makes sense.
Yeah, because like they'll just like, if you go into the castle with the captain's mask on, or I think the re-dead, like the
it says the captain's the Garrow or the Gibbo. Gibdo, I should say.
Yeah.
Because those are all like characters that are associated with this kingdom. Mm-hmm. Then the re-deads will just boogie out.
Yeah,
and not bother you.
It's just like this, like, for a game made in a year, you know, that's like the remarkable thing. I think, like, you know, we talked a little bit about how a lot of this stuff they used assets from Ocarina of Time, and they used that to their advantage in so many ways, because it means that like they didn't have to generate, like they could make new monsters and make them really interesting, and also be able to put in like fun details like that. Because like I can't think of like any interactions in Ocarina of Time nearly as characterful as wearing the captain's mask of like, you know, fighting the like Ghost King, or like the marching thing, as like any of the moments in Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a deeply characterful experience. That's really good.
Yeah, I love the bit where after you defeat the big Skeleton King boss, his two minions just start getting into an argument and threatening to just fight each other, and the other one's like, yeah, but we don't have any arms anymore. Why are we doing this?
And the king is like, this is why our kingdom is fucked, you idiots.
Yeah.
A few other like mask things that I think are fun. Have to shout out the Kamaro mask, which teaches you the sick dance.
Oh yeah. There's an old like video that Austin Walker put out like years ago. I wish I could find it. You know what I'm talking about, though.
I do. Impossible to search for, but yes, just
because Twitter's a hell site. Yeah,
a different jam over that classic animation. There's the circus leader's mask, which is, I don't remember if it does this on 64. I'm gonna guess it doesn't, but maybe I'm. Did you get this one, Curio?
Yeah, I got all the masks. So
right, yes, you said that. At least on 3DS, it's nonstop crying. Just tears are just streaming off it nonstop, but if you run, you're doing like the anime girl like running as tears stream behind you. It's very funny.
How did I not think to actually wear the mask?
I mean, there's only one thing you can do with it.
There's only much. I think you could also talk to like the circus leader like in his sleep or something while wearing the mask. Yeah,
that's the only thing you can do with it.
Other mask interactions that I really liked. Like I love like just like that little detail when you get the all night mask, because I wanted to get the all night mask so I could hear like the full version of Grandma's stories, and I think we're getting to the part where we're gonna talk about why that's like relevant. But like I love the like flippantness of like the salesman who's like, oh yeah, this is probably a torture device like from some other civilization. I'm gonna let you, small child, have it for 500 rupees though. I'm not gonna ask questions. Very funny interaction there. I didn't do the Dongeros like stuff because I realized
it's
like
a pain in the ass.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, I got to go back into these dungeons and fight the like frog boss so I can like get like the frog chorus. And it's like, okay, I had to, like originally I had dedicated myself to the 100% run, but at a certain point, like I didn't realize you could. So an interaction that happened to me was like there's this big fucked up bird outside of Milk Road. Yeah, and it stole my sword, and I did the gilded sword quest line, and I was like, oh fuck that, I'm not doing this entire fucking quest line again. If I had known that you literally just go to the curiosity shop later and he will sell you back your sword, like I probably wouldn't have reset, but I lost like an hour of progress.
Which is also, it's also very funny because it implies that the two people you know supplying the curiosity shop are Sakon the thief and this fucking bird who shows up and is like, here's a sword, how much will you give me? And this is also held up because if you kill that thing, it's carrying 200 fucking rupees.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, I think you get a 500 if you kill it with light arrows. Or I might be making that up. I know with like Gwei, if you shoot him with light arrows, you get a 50 like drop.
Huh. I did.
Yeah, and if you shoot Pose, you get 100.
You could sell Pose for like more than that though. Like you could sell you can sell the big Pose for 200 rupees to the curiosity shop.
Yeah, I was thinking about the little Pose.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you want to talk about the moon and sort of the main narrative thrust of the game?
Yeah. So I think like we've been talking about all these characters, and I think that this is still principally Link's story. But we got to talk about the Skull Kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he is like, as a Zelda antagonist, like Zelda antagonists very rarely ever get any sort of characterization, you know, because most of the time it's Ganondorf, and most of the time he doesn't really get to do anything other than like laugh maniacally, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Later games would fix this. I think like Wind Waker Ganon is like really complex and interesting. I really love Twilight Princess Ganon as well.
Also,
Good.
fixed in the N64 version of this, and later they did more stuff in the 3DS. The original Skull Kid model in Ocarina of Time was basically blackface, and they kind of modified it over time to basically give him a beak instead of the red lips and stuff like that, and eventually gave him a more like scarecrow kind of skin going on with his skin.
Mm-hmm. But like he is like, so I mean, at the very outset of the game, you know, you have Link very depressedly like riding Epona, and Skull Kid just appears. And throughout the narrative, you realize that like the Skull Kid has been going around, he got this mask of untold power, and being basically a frustrated child is just kind of taking his like anger out on everybody else, because he feels that like on some level like he is just kind of like this lone imp in the woods, who we find out that like, Jed, did you get the All Night Mask and listen to all of Grandma's stories?
No, I basically watched you listen to them though.
Yeah. So, like, we find out that part of the story is that if you listen to Grandma's story about, like, the four giants, because, like, one of the iconic images of this game are the four giants, like, hoisting the moon back into the sky. And, like, I just have screenshots, like, from Grandma's story about, like, this little imp, you know, like, he wants to play with these giants, but the giants heard their cry, referring to like people, and responded with a roar. Oh imp, we are the protectors of the people. Like, it's this like, when you're going through the story, it is so extremely sympathetic to the Skull Kid, because he has been felt like he feels abandoned by his friends, abandoned by the world in a lot of ways. And he gets this like amount of power that allows him to like affect change into the world, like affect the world. And he's using it because he's a brat, right? And that's why like the Skull Kid is such a like interesting mirror image of Link in a lot of ways. Because when Link, when given power, as we've seen in like basically every like Zelda game, he will do the good and heroic thing, like every single time, right?
Yeah.
He gets the Master Sword, or he gets like this power of destiny or whatever, and he uses it to affect like great and positive change onto the world. And the Skull Kid gets a like, we find out that the Majora's Mask is like this being of like untold power. But like when there's a
great animation in that reveal where you knock Skull Kid out, and then the mask like lifts back up, and like the Skull Kid is like hanging from it, like you know, like a rag, like, you know, just like dangling and waving in the wind. And it's like, oh boy, okay.
Yeah. The Majora's Mask is such a like the Majora's Mask is the true antagonist of the game in a lot of ways, but like the Skull Kid uses that power to fuck with other people, to like hurt other people, because he is someone who experienced a trauma and did not process it very well.
Mm-hmm. Stop me if this sounds familiar.
Stop me, this sounds fucking familiar. You know? God, I just love Skull Kid like as a character. Like, and so much.
It feeds into, this is a thing that I didn't realize, right? Until I did a little reading on Skull Kid getting ready for this, just like, I'm going to look over the Wikipedia page, and I forgot to make this connection, because Skull Kid is a dick to you, right?
Absolutely. And steals your horse, steals your ocarina, calls you a twerp, whatever.
And at the end, he's like, you kind of remind me of that fairy kid, right? Which confirms that this is the same Skull Kid from Ocarina of Time, who you make friends with in Ocarina of Time. And it's like, okay, what's the disconnect here? The disconnect is he doesn't like adults. And if you come back as adult Link in Ocarina, he attacks you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, well, I'm a kid now. You have changed too much. He can't see you as a kid anymore. He doesn't recognize you as the same person.
Oof.
That is... I did not realize that.
Right. It hits, man.
It really does, because, like, I mean, so you talked about how Ocarina of Time, Link basically goes through a fucked up dark version of Big, right? And he gets all this experience, but, like, at the end of Ocarina of Time, you get this sense that, like, and even though he's, like, crawling away from Hyrule because he's still processing this, you still get the sense that, like, no, Link is an adult, right? Like, he embodied he had the body of an adult for a long time, and then he learned how to do adult things. He's, affected change onto the world. And the Skull Kid is like, oh, just another person who went away. Like, the giants go away. And he is just this... The Skull Kid is just this person who sees the world changing around him, that people changing and moving on, and it just, like, it makes him so sad, it makes him angry. And he gets the Majora's Mask, and that allows him to, like, you know what, fuck all this, I'm gonna let the moon crash into the earth. Like, untold, like, power, and uses it to hurt people.
And yet, at the end of the game, like, one, you get the final message from the giants, which is forgive your friend, which you realize is as much for Link, who would still recognize Skull Kid. And even though you don't get Link's internal process very much, you can just figure out he's probably pretty fucking pissed at this kid he once considered his friend for treating him like this, right?
Right.
But also, I think crucially, Skull Kid never figures it out. Skull Kid never figures out this is the same person. He decides this new person is also cool.
I feel like that message wasn't even geared towards Link in those moments. I think that the story with Skull Kid in Majora's Mask and learning to forgive isn't focused on Link so much as it's focused on Tattle, because you do get that bit during the first loop where you get up there, Tail sees Tattle again, Tail rattles off the places where you need to go to find the Guardians. Skull Kid just hits her to a vicious degree, and Tattle is just furious. She's like, okay, our friendship is over, this is bullshit. And throughout, as you're gathering the Guardians, you're getting bits and pieces from the giants, and Tattle keeps interpreting it as, oh yeah, we're going to save everyone, don't worry, we're going to save the innocent ones. And then for the final one, she's just thrown for a loop with the friend. It's like, friend, wait, who's the friend here? And
right.
It is a situation where the Guardians never stopped being friends with Skull Kid to a certain degree, but also it's this journey with Link, and also just talking with the Guardians and figuring things out is how Tattle realizes that Skull Kid is as much of a victim here as anyone else.
I definitely think it's supposed to be like Tattle first and foremost. I just think
Mhm.
like with understanding the history of Skull Kid and Link, there's a layer of that there too.
Yeah, because like you encounter Skull Kid in Ocarina of Time is like you sing and dance with him, and then as you said, Six, like you come back as an adult and he hates that because I think like the implication is that the Skull Kid is a lot like the Kokiri and just like will never age or lives on a time span that just is incomparable to Helion time spans, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so he's like, well, more shit in the world is just moving on without me. And I think that that makes like a lot of Skull Kid's like anger so understandable from like the perspective of, oh, you are a small child who doesn't understand what is like what change is supposed to be, right? Or has had change affected and is just not processing it properly. And I love that, like, so in the final moments, which by the way, the like final confrontation with Skull Kid is like, I love it because you don't even fight him, right? Like, or you don't even have to. You just play Oath the Order and like will outdo the plan, right? And I think for a little bit I thought, oh, that's kind of a missed opportunity to like not have a fight with the Skull Kid, but then it's like that's not the point of the scene at all. And
you sort of, I mean, it's sort of almost a joke to say this, but you kind of do have a fight with him because at the end of the very first loop, you get in the same situation and you use the Deku bubble power to shoot the ocarina out of his hand. But like, I think that's kind of important because as part of this forgive your friend thing, right? Like, that's the most direct violence he ever inflicts on Skull Kid. When you confront him again for the big showdown, all you do is try and settle it peacefully.
Exactly. Yeah. And the moment I was talking about, like, Tattle and Tail have this like back and forth, right? Where Tattle's like, oh yeah, he's just this, weak guy. We shouldn't be friends with him anymore, or something like that. And then you hear this other voice like pop in. It's like, yes, he was too weak to control my power. And Tattle's like, that's right. Wait a minute. And it's like, that's when you get like the freaky scene of like the mask like still attached to Skull Kid rising up as Skull Kid is limp like a doll and is just dropped and is like, oh no, we need to put a pin in this like right now. Because you get that incredible scene in which like the mask like ascends into the moon and reactivates like the falling, and you get the great line of like, I will consume everything. Like, in a lot of ways, like I read that as like a lot of Skull Kid's anger was fed into the mask, making it more powerful. And that's why, like, when you go to the moon and confront, like, the Majora's Mask is, like, the final phase is, like, Majora's Wrath. Is, like, this is a being of some kind that we don't get a whole lot of details on, which is good, because, like, I think that makes it, like, a much more interesting, force to reckon with.
I mean, especially because the ascent to the moon is basically walking into the beam of light that takes you into a realm of pure metaphor.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I love that. I love that shit. I love the tree. I love like the kids running around. We'll get into it, but
I do wish I had found out a little bit less about the mask, because the story that the Happy Mask salesman tells you is basically the same sort of plot thing that both America and Japan love to do, where this very distinctly African mask is a harbinger of evil and has all sorts of sinister stuff living within it.
It's not great. It could be a lot worse because they specifically walk it back from, they're like, oh, and this is like some ancient tribe had this thing, and they were like, and then the Happy Mask salesman is like, and the ancient tribe was like, this thing sucks.
we need to get rid of this thing now or seal its power. But you ascend into the land of metaphor and you fight the Majora's Mask. But before that, you can talk to like there's 4 spirits that have been like freed from the 4 bosses, and you do like a little temple. But like I do like that if you do these, you get these like I'm pulling up my Switch real quick to find the quotes here, but like they ask very pointed questions. Like you save the kid that has the Gorg mask. He says like, the right thing, what is it? I wonder, if you do the right thing, does it make everybody happy? Like, they ask these questions, like, it's Link, like, trying to just process, like, he's trying to process the adventure. If Joseph Campbell was here, he'd say, like, oh yeah, he's in the belly of the whale.
It's a little, like, the questions are a little trite, right? It's
A
a
little.
It's a little, like, you know, not end of Ava, like, last episodes of Ava kind of stuff of, like, I'm in the white void and I'm like, did people appreciate me? And it's like, listen, I know you're a kid unpacking this stuff, but, like, yeah, it's fine, right?
It's
but
fine.
Like, it doesn't have as much emotional resonance as it might when you're like, is it good to do the right thing? I'm like, yeah, man. That one's pretty easy.
That one is pretty easy, but like also at the same time, like remember this is a game for kids. And it's like,
I mean, it is and it
sort
isn't,
of,
right?
It is and it isn't. Yeah. Because like I don't think
it's specifically a game built for people who have already finished Ocarina of Time. And whether that's a kid or an adult, they're like expecting more from you than they did back then.
Yeah, because in Ocarina of Time, you have a very clear answer, which is, yeah, beat up Ganondorf. He's the problem, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas, like, the problems of Majora's Mask are slightly more complicated. Like, yes, you are still defeating Majora, but, like, very pointedly, after that boss fight, it's basically these scenes of, like, how does Link and Tattletale, like, resolve their conflict with the Skull Kid? And I think that, like, you need to have, like, those moments and those questions to, like, because, like, because, you know, you could easily interpret, like, oh, the right thing is punishing the Skull Kid, right? Because he did, you know, you saved the day, but he did nearly destroy everything by summoning the moon, right?
And, like, Majora's Mask obviously was a bad influence on him, but in very classic tradition, it was drawing on things he was already thinking about.
Exactly. Like, they don't give the Skull Kid a easy out in saying, like, oh yeah, the mask had, like, taken over his mind. It's like, no, he was conscious the whole time. Like you see him, like, at the beginning of the game, he, like, lifts the mask so that he can, like, better observe his surroundings. He can take it off at any time. He chose not to.
Also, even after you save the day, the people who died before that 3-day loop are still very much dead.
Yeah. Yeah, none of the like the transformation masks, those people don't come back.
Mm-hmm. But then you get to, like, the confrontation with, like, the Majora's Mask itself, and I love that, like, Six, I'm so curious about, like, your thoughts about, like, the Fierce Deity mask, because I assume you did that, right?
It's very funny, like, as a side note, it's very funny to me that I have played this game as much as I have. I don't know what the Majora's Mask boss fights are like. Because if you have Fierce Deity, you just ignore the mechanics.
Yep.
And so I've never done the mechanics. I've just mashed slash and evaporated Majora's Mask in like 5 seconds every time.
Yeah.
But, like, I think Fierce Deity is one that is like, it's like, I think it is an idealized Link, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is this idea of, like, this is what it will look like when I am an adult who is like, and importantly, it's a mask, right? He does try it on and then he goes back to being normal Link because this is not something he's achieved yet. But he's like, one day when I have figured being an adult out, this is what it will look like. It's not the adult mask. It doesn't turn him into adult Link from Ocarina because that was still him as a confused child. He's like, no, when I actually earn it, I'll be way fucking cooler than I was as adult Link.
And it's like this bit, you basically get to do this victory lap. Like, you just smoke Majora when you are using the Fierce Deity mask. Like, I pointed out, like, it's also like it's the only time in the game in which you hear the adult Link voice. Which is, oh god, what's his name? The voice actor. I love him to death. He voices Gai Shishio in Gao Gaigar as well.
Have you seen what Fierce Deity looks like on 3DS?
I don't think I have, no.
I'm going to post this for you.
Okay. Live reaction time.
He looks so fucking cool.
Hold on. Pulling it up. I have to pull out my phone. And oh my god, yes. Holy shit.
Great.
He looks so fucking cool. Yeah, this is like Link achieving apotheosis in this moment, and also realizing like by making it a mask, it's sort of this idea that like Link can take on the heroic like qualities that he kind of envisions himself to have, right? Is like, I am not here yet, but I can temporarily take it on so that I can do the right thing in this moment. And that's kind of like the major theme of this game is like, who does Link choose to be? He chooses to be the right person at the right time to do the right thing. And I was thinking about this where like, so I made the like kind of Ben Drowned joke earlier. Like, you know about Ben Drowned, right? The creepypasta,
yes.
of course. And I think about like, there's this interpretation of Majora's Mask as a game. It's like, oh yes, it is this very, very dark game. And it is, at times, like a very dark game. But you need to have those moments of levity and even these moments of triumph for the darkness to actually mean something. Like, in this context, you know, like I think it's perfectly fine to have a very dour, very dark work and just kind of revels in that darkness, you know. But I think the best, even most darkest works are when you have that, like those glimmers of light, that glimmer of triumph, like that creates like the contrast that you need to really appreciate like that sort of thing. And I think that having like Link become the Fierce Deity to take down Majora and it being mechanically a cakewalk is like, that is the moment of triumph for this game, because it's like, you have struggled this whole time dealing with these time loops, dealing with these mechanics, dealing with so much impossible shit, and you get to look at the darkness square in the eye and say, go fuck yourself, and win.
Yeah.
By the way, do you want to know how I fought it without all those masks?
What are the mechanics?
Tell us what this fight actually is, because we've never done it.
Like,
so phase one is basically the mask spinning around like a frisbee at certain points, just using its spikes to damage you and stuff. Phase two, it gets the other masks involved and also still has something of a similar sort of like cycle. The third phase is when it starts growing limbs and doing other shit, like running around. And fourth phase, it takes out fucking whips and just starts using them to it starts using them to attack you from afar and close up, and it can just stun lock you in miserable ways. Like I ended up finishing the fight with one heart left on my first try.
So I guess then, Jen, I have to ask you, if I may, like, so Six and I had this experience of like, it's the Fierce Deity, it's this moment of triumph, whatever. That's how I interpret it, right? Like, what was your interpretation of that fight? Is like struggling as Child Link to like do the damn thing?
So Child Link is a part of it, but also the game kind of expects you to be using your other masks that you've accrued throughout the game, like specifically the Goron, the Zora, and the Deku one, in order to like take care of specific weaknesses during the phases. So I still see it as like you taking these experiences that you had throughout your journey and pushing them and that knowledge towards this final fight. Like you're using the souls of the people that the skull killed. You're using the souls of the people that the skull kill. I'm sorry, Skull Kid kill is a hard thing to say. I'm gonna try it one more time. You're using the souls of these various people that the Skull Kid killed to fight Majora's Mask away and seal it down for good.
Yeah, that feels like a also good like narrative sort of beat to hit. I think that also seems like it works well.
Yeah, like where like Link's strength comes from, like tapping into the various ways he moved around the world to like less of a like apotheosis and more of just like a synthesis of everything that he has learned and experienced. Like that works well.
Mm-hmm.
It's very funny for me that like I was checking a guide, periodically. I think you should play this game with a guide.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to stare at it, but like, have it ready if you get stuck on stuff. And the guide was like, you better really stock up for the moon. The moon's going to fuck your whole day up. The moon's going to ruin you. You're going to be crying. You're going to be begging for death. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to the moon with 7 fairies and bottles. And I didn't use a single one. It was so easy.
I had 2 blue potions and 3 fairies and nothing. I don't even think I lost more than like 3 or 4 hearts during that fight.
You gotta drink the Chateau Romani before going there. I will say that. Did you use the Chateau Romani at all?
I did not, no.
Oh my god, Kyrie. You're gonna kick yourself when you hear this.
Oh
yeah.
Boy.
It gives you unlimited magic until you play the Song of Time.
Yeah. God.
It's so good.
Yeah, and at that point, it doesn't even matter whether you went to the fairies to extend your magic meter, because it's just endless, baby.
I got 6 out of the 7 bottles. What happened was like
no, you got all of them. There's only a 7th on 3 games.
Oh, sorry, I got 5 out of 6 then.
Oh, okay.
So what happened was like I was doing the Cafe Mask quest line, and I looked at the guide and I was like, oh, you can only do 1 or 2 of these things, and I kind of messed up, and I got the postman's mask or the postman's hat, which I got the same, but like if you deliver the letter yourself, like Cafe's mom gives you the Chateau Romani. I knew that, but I never used it. Gotcha. But yeah, I think now, like I told you this in our like Discord DMs, like I was thinking about like I want to play this game again so that I can learn all the locations so I can then start playing the randomizer. Because like I just felt like it was so fun, but I think we left a little bit left at the end there after you defeat Majora.
Yeah. So you just you get the wrap up, right?
Yeah, and I do love, like, we get the part where, the Happy Mask Salesman does my final message to change the world, goodbye, fades away. But I do love his line about, like every greeting is followed by a farewell, and how long between each greeting is up to you. Like, I think is, like, just a really sweet message. Like, I think the thing that I appreciate the most about, like, after defeating Majora and saving the day, like, it focuses so much more on, like, Link and Tattle and Tail repairing their relationship with the Skull Kid than, like, you get the scenes of joyous celebration that, like, the moon has been repelled. But do you really think most of the residents of Clocktown are going to figure out that it was Link that did it?
They're not supposed to.
They're not supposed to. Yeah.
That's, Tattle is slightly nicer about it. Still not super nice about it, to be honest, but she's like, okay, you don't belong here anymore.
Yeah. And
you should go.
Yeah. but she's, says, like, but it was still fun, right? And I think, and this comes back down to, like, the differences in animations, too, because, like, when Link starts his journey, on Epona, riding into Termina, like, he is slumped, he is, like, scared, he is very, like, it's very dark, he just is sort of, like, again, crawling towards Termina, right? Whereas when he is leaving, he's, like, his back is straight, he is, like, smiling and is heroic, because he knows that he did the right thing, and is, like, and that's enough. That's enough for Link. That's always been enough for Link. And that he was able to, like, make friends with the Skull Kid again, because the final shot is Link and Skull Kid holding hands in the carving.
Yeah, it's a wood carving that clearly Skull Kid has done of their friendship.
Right.
Yeah. I'll also quickly mention the cutscenes in this game look so much better than they did in Ocarina of Time. Like, you see real composition, just the way that Link is riding in at the beginning through the forest. You have several moments where it does a good job of making you tense or just doing specific camera motions to give you that relief. Like, it's a very good thing that this game only had 2 directors instead of the 5 directors that Ocarina of Time had, as they were figuring out 3D.
Yeah. There's some cutscenes in Ocarina that, like, look good. Almost none of them hold a candle to, like, almost any given cutscene in Majora.
Yeah. I also found it pretty powerful the way that at the very end, as the giants are leaving, Skull Kid realizes that they never forgot about him and still consider him their friend. And the way that his head is jerking around very much implies that he's just silently sobbing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of, like, looping back to, like, what I was saying about, like, this moment of, like, it's still, like, a sad and affecting scene, but it's, like, is this, like, you get the sense that, like, Skull Kid is crying tears of happiness, too. Where it's like, no, they didn't forget about me. They didn't move on without me. And that gives, like, so much... That gives so much context to, like, the dark subject matter of the game. It sort of answers the question of, like, well, so what, right? You can have a dark game, or you can have a dark piece of media, and it presents these, like, really dark themes, and you can just say, okay, well, then what's your point, right? And Majora's Mask, pointedly, is like, well, the point is that Link is still able to find the strength to be the hero. And that's, like, not, like, despite it, but he's able to overcome that. And, like, it is a really powerful image to just see Link, who is just riding away, being like, no, I can't handle this. Like, that's, like, part of the journey.
And it's really, at least to me, it's really important that they're, like, part of the conclusion here is, like, you could easily see the version of this story where at the end, Tattle's like, wow, thanks for everything, Link. Come on, let's go get you a drink. Or, like, like, you want to go see what Cafe's up to? And it's like, no. This is a happy ending of a sorts. You still have some searching to do, and this is not your home. This is, like, Link, besides the emotional experience he had, does not walk away with this having gained anything, and that's okay. That's actual heroism, is he didn't do this for gain.
Exactly. Like, he did it because he was, like, despite what he was going through, was like, well, I have the power to stop this. And so I am choosing to do so.
And he saw people that were hurting, and in helping them, he figured some of his own shit out too.
Yeah. Like, that's, like, a true mark of someone's character is, like, when they are, like, when someone is suffering and you see someone that you can help, what do you do? And Link's answer is, well, you help them, obviously.
Yeah. I'm not going to say it's easy to help people when you're doing well. It's always, there are always challenges to it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you are going through it and you still take time to help people, that's really that's the measure of someone really special, I think.
Yeah. It's a beautiful moment also, and it encapsulates everything else you're saying when Happy Mask Salesman mentions that you manage to feel a lot of happiness with the masks that you're carrying. Like, in a way, he's saying that even though the people that you ended up taking the masks of were still dead, like, you still found a way to give their lives meaning.
And, like, if you get a bunch of scenes before the final, like, between Link riding away and the final, like, stinger of the carving on the tree, more of them depending on how much you've done. And a lot of them, it's just like, oh, this is nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a nice little beat of like, oh, there's Cremia and Romani's practicing with the bow. By the way, haven't said at any point, should say, Romani was an unfortunate choice of name.
Correct.
Yeah.
I do actually believe, given that it is like you can write Romani with Japanese, characters very easily, I do believe this is an unfortunate coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
But it is unfortunate. Anyway.
Also,
go ahead.
Also, I think that the game was made during a period of time where Romani was considered the more acceptable alternative to, like, other names that were being used, but I could have that wrong.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's had a complicated history because those people have had a complicated history because they've been through way too much.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Anyway, we're not super qualified to go into that right now.
Correct.
But you also get stuff like you get the scene of the band playing, the Zora band, and Link is there, and it's like Link on his way out of town stopped by to play the opening song. But then he does leave anyway because the next time, if you do everything, you see another song of them playing, and this time there is no Link Zora guitarist. It's just them, like, they had their farewell with him, they had their send off, and now they're like, because everyone else knows, like, Deku Link, that butler finds his dead kid.
Right.
The Gorons, it's like they all kind of low key think Goron Link is a ghost anyway, a helpful ghost, but they're like, I'm pretty sure you're dead.
They did build his gravestone and everything.
Yeah. With Mikau, the Zora, no one knew he was dead. And so, like, getting to have this moment of, like, giving them closure and then getting to see them starting to move on, I think is really important.
It's a game about moving on in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm. Also about not showing Cafe's adult model because you didn't build it, and strategically using angles during this wedding scene.
Yep. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, we had a year, guys. We didn't. Could you imagine, like, a tall, lanky Cafe? Like, that'd be...
I mean, I've seen the manga, so yes.
Oh, right. I always forget that manga exists.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You get adult Cafe in that. He looks okay, I guess.
Another kind of touch I like in terms of, like, none of what you're doing is necessarily very happy or even stirring. The song that the Giants teach you to play in order to summon them, Oath to Order, it sounds like a funeral dirge in a way, because you're bringing them to do something that they do not want to do, because they do not want to confront their friend, but they have to.
Yeah.
Very pointedly, a lot of the songs that you like in the soundtrack and in the songs that you play, they are in a minor key. Like, even Song of Healing, like, you can hear this, like, if you compare, for example, like Zelda's Lullaby, right? That's in a major key, very happy, very bright, sort of sounding like three repeating notes. But then you have Song of Healing, which is still a song, like, is still like it's melancholy because it is in a minor key, and it just feels different, and I appreciate that.
It's also really striking. I mean, like, they make a point of this. They sort of draw your attention to this, because after a whole game of playing these new songs, these new minor key songs, you get the Song of Storms, and you're like, what is this peppy, out of place song?
Yeah, Song of Storms is so out of place, but it's good, though. It's good.
It's good. Yeah. I think this is a really special game, and I think it is, like, thematically and sort of tonally smarter than any other Zelda game.
Yeah. As much as we've gone into, like, the various bits where this game gets kind of racist, it has nothing on Ocarina of Time, where when you first meet Zelda, you have that scene where she's like, oh, this is a cute meeting, and then she looks over in the window, it's like, you see that brown man over there? He's bad. It's like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
And by removing Ganon from the game entirely, I think it's a better game for it, just if only because Nintendo cannot help themselves anymore when they're talking about Ganon.
The man from the desert. Like, yikes, you guys!
Yikes, guys. Like, yeah, as much as I, like, really, like, I think Ganon is really cool in fucking Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, it's still a lot of, like, yikes moments. But yeah, I think this game, I think it has such a command of its own tone. I think it has a command of its own scope that it is really, like, it's really remarkable. And I think, like, thinking about it, this is the first time I've ever, like, played through it. I'm like, yeah, this is, like, a top 3 Zelda game, and, like, this is a really incredible, like, achievement in terms of, like, gameplay and story, like, really having a really good, like, meeting in the middle, you know?
Okay. Why'd I say okay? Weird.
Weird.
Sorry. Apologies. I looked at our emails in advance and was getting confused. Sorry.
It's all right. Speaking of emails, I think it's time.
I was like, that was my brain getting ready for a transition and just fucking it up. So after falling down the stairs, I sit up and I go, it's emails.
Emails at scanlinemedia.com is where you send the emails.
I'll go ahead and read the first email here from Emrys. Hi, Emrys.
Hi, Emrys.
I always get tired of repeating stuff in the time loop in Majora's Mask, but I really enjoy several other loop games. Raging Loop and Outer Wilds come to mind immediately. What makes a good time loop game? What mechanics make one more palatable to you than others? What is the worst time loop in media you have experienced? I like time loops. I think it's really good at Majora's Mask. I think time loops are great.
I think time loops. I think time loops are fascinating. Like, I think there is it's like, for Majora's Mask, for example, I think the time loop is like really excellent because it's like, one, extremely economical, like from a game development sense of like, yeah, it's the same events looping over and over, so you can pack a lot of detail into a very small space in that way. But I think like part of the reason they like Raging Loop is a great loop game, but that's like still a fairly linear story. If I recall, like I only played like a portion of Raging Loop, but like there's like a correct path like forward in that, if I recall correctly.
I mean, ultimately, yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, you have to basically see everything to see the end. It's
and it makes it clear that all the characters, or at least the characters who are part of that loop and aware, are seeing all that stuff happen too.
But I think what makes like a good time loop game, I think, to me, is how well the game illustrates like the various cogs in the watch, you know? Like, how well does it illustrate event A leading to event B, which eventually leads to event like Z, right? Like the Cafe Mask like storyline like is a really good example of this, of like, because that quest takes like the full 3-day cycle, like you can very clearly see where each piece fits. And also during the game, like, you see Cafe running around, or you see Anju like walking around town, and it teaches you to like just by playing the game, you get a sense of like, okay, these guys are up to something, maybe I should investigate. And I think like a really great time loop game will allow you to see the individual pieces before you even like figure out their relevancy.
Yeah. I can give an answer for worst time loop in media I've ever experienced.
What would that be?
It is 12 minutes. Yeah, that game is just that game was a total fucking mess from top to bottom, and I think part of that is just to the way that it's like, its idea of what a fun time loop is what if you could just do all this really fucked up shit to people and they wouldn't remember? And it's like, yeah, no thank you.
I think like good time loop games, I think, are ones where, like, first of all, you need to be able to see events from different perspectives and different versions of those events. I think you need to make like the outcomes, like if you have something you need to get done that's difficult, it needs to make sense but not always be intuitive, right? So like you need to have moments where you think you're solving something and it doesn't work, and you're like, oh, actually that makes sense. So that time travel gives you perspective, but isn't just like a win button. And I also think you need to be really smart about who or what is outside of the loop, right? Like,
right.
In this game, Link and Tattle are the only characters outside of the loop, but some of your items are, and the bank is. And that's like, that's really interesting. Whereas, other loop games, like I like other games I like that are good loop stories. I mean, I like Majora's Mask. I like Dead Rising 1. No one is outside the loop except for your experience bar. And yet it still sort of changes things because there's so much happening.
Right.
And then on the other hand, you have Blaze Blue, where there are a couple of characters who are outside the loop, and they are mostly, the player character is not. And so you as the player are watching the player character talk to someone outside the loop, and he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're like, oh. And I think that's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite time loop games in general is Shadow of Memories, which is a game we'll probably eventually cover here if I have my say, but it's you're basically playing this guy who is getting repeatedly killed in his time, and you have to find ways to either change the past or to circumvent the death entirely. And you're basically seeing the town change around you as you make little changes that have huge repercussions just to save your ass.
I think bad time loop stuff, I have 2 examples, both of which are some layer of spoiler. The first one I don't think is as bad. The anime Erased is a bad time loop story because in order to make the time loop not an automatic win button, it's a murder mystery. And in order to make the fact that the character is looping through time not an automatic solution to the murder mystery, the killer, who is not outside of the time loop, is just like basically a teleporting omnipotent god, not in his powers, just in the way he always does everything completely perfectly to a degree that makes no fucking sense. And I think it ruins that show. And then a bad time loop game, and this is spoilers now for Bravely Default 1, but it's been a while, so I figure most of you will forgive me for this.
We'll put a time code in the description just in case.
Oh, yeah, we will, huh? I guess you're writing it, huh? Okay, cool. All right, I guess Jen's right about this one. Skip forward 30 seconds, pretty much 30 seconds exactly, to miss the spoiler. In Bravely Default, you figure out you're in a time loop like halfway through the game because you do the main story and then it goes bad. And all the characters wake up at the start of the new loop and they're like, wait a minute, we're in a time loop. And then for the next 30 hours, they don't literally make any attempt to break the loop. They do the exact same actions again. I'm like, why did you even make it a time loop if your moron protagonists are too stupid to think?
I can't think of a time loop story that I thought of as there's not many that come to mind, but I'm sure that there's just there's always been if in almost any serialized like Western cartoon, there's a time loop episode, and it's most of the time they're pretty bad, but I don't have anything specific in mind.
Fair.
I did Time Hollow though. I remember playing that back in the day. That was an interesting time loop story, although that's more time travel stories and time loop stories are it's almost a perfect circle. Time Hollow, if you haven't played it, is a DS visual novel where the kid gets this pen that allows him to create holes in time and pull things throughout these holes that you make with the touchscreen.
Oh, DS. Sorry, that sounds cool. You've reminded me. Ghost Trick rules. Everyone play Ghost Trick. That's a time loop game.
Yeah, Ghost Trick is awesome.
Also, funny thing about Time Hollow, it's directed by the same person who did Shadow of Memories.
No way.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Huh. Well, all right then.
Should I read the next question?
Sure, sounds good.
This comes from Six, who says...
From a previous time loop.
Indeed. Hey, y'all, and also me. For 2 decades, I've insisted Majora's Mask is the best game ever made. I even wrote an article for Scanline about it. Check the show notes.
Oh, so you're writing them now, Jen? Okay, sure. Signing all these checks.
God damn it. As much as I've enjoyed my replay of it, I don't think it's the best anymore for reasons I'm sure we've discussed. I don't think you've actually discussed that yet, but I'll finish the question before we get into that. What are your picks for the 5 best games ever made? I thought about asking 10, but I figured that would take too long. Peace out, 6.
I suppose I didn't specifically say, and that makes it not the best game ever made, right? But Great Big Temple fucking sucks. What do you want from me?
True. Yeah, true.
It's not just that. I think there are points at which it is clunky. It is not it is not always very clear, and there are bits that are just there's just stuff that isn't this is still a top 10 game for me, absolutely. Yeah. But I'm about to give a top 5, and it's not going to be in it. Majora's Mask is a wonderful game. However, it loomed very large in my memory. I played it at a very influential time. Stop me if you've ever heard this before from people who are revisiting works.
Whoa, weird. So Past 6 was the one who proposed the question. So what are your top 5?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm tying into a future thing, unfortunately. I realized there was no way I could make this a smooth transition. So I'm going to go from 5 to 1. Number 5, Metal Gear Solid 2.
See, I almost put that, but I was thinking...
Thinking it was too on the nose?
Yeah.
I wrote this question. I had a lot of time to think about this. I'm like, no, that's just true. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 is one of the best games ever made. I think it's incredible.
It's really fucking incredible.
Number 4, Metroid Prime. I think Metroid Prime 1 is a masterpiece. That's a wonderful game. Number 3, Spelunky HD, or just Spelunky, if you prefer.
Mm-hmm.
The best roguelike, an incredible platformer, an incredible just journey of discovery. Number 2, Live Alive.
Hell yeah.
Best JRPG ever made. Just a phenomenal experience. And number 1, Shenmue 2. Fucking Shenmue 2. Oh my god. That game is amazing. I am just constantly thinking about how we'll never get a game like that again, including Shenmue 3. God damn it.
God damn it. Yeah, there will never be another Shenmue 2, and that's incredible in a lot of ways. It really speaks to like just how incredible that game is. I have my 5 ready, but they're not exactly a ranked list.
Fair enough.
Because it's hard. I had to think about this a lot, but Shenmue 2 is also on my top 5. God, just everything, like, even the stuff that doesn't work about that game, like, just makes it, like, that much more charming and interesting and fun and just really spectacular, like, as, like, an experience. I also put on my list, Tetris. Like, I you can almost pick almost any version of Tetris because, like, that is just, like, the perfect puzzle game, right? Like,
sure.
There's a reason why you can just kind of play that forever. It's like, there's just something so deeply satisfying and easily understood about playing that game. I also put on Resident Evil 4.
Huh.
Like, I put that mostly on there because it's like of just the titanic seismic shift that happened in third person like games, like as a result of what like Resident Evil 4 pulled off. And I think that it like was able to like the way it like used the camera, the way it dynamic difficulty, like everything about it. Like I think it just works as a game. Like absolutely, you know, we were talking about a game that isn't in the top 5, but like killer to filler ratios, like RE4, like the original RE4 definitely has like one of the best. Then I got 2 more. I also put on Street Fighter Third Strike. Like that, okay. Just a beautiful, incredible fighting game that makes anybody who touches it like like anyone who like if you care about fighting games, you care about this game because of like what it accomplished. And is also just like still remains to this day to be like when I think of like classic Street Fighter games to play, like Third Strike is just like, oh yeah, let's just play Third Strike.
It's funny to me because like I also have, I think Third Strike is an amazing game. I barely think of it as a Street Fighter.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like, oh, it's just Third Strike, you know?
It's just Third
this
Strike.
Thing.
It's just
this pillar in the ground that exists.
Yeah. And then lastly, this is all these are personal opinions, but like Journey like is on there. Like Journey to me as like when you ask me like this idea of like perfect like incredible games, like I love the fact that, you know, you can play Journey and play it through like in a couple of hours and it's meant to be played again in a lot of ways, almost like a time loop, but not quite, because like as you play that game, you're like, as you found like these tokens, your scarf gets longer and you guide other players to those tokens. When on your first time playing it, you are the guided one, right? Mm-hmm. And as I've mentioned before, like I have He was not perfect, but I have a lot of respect for the work of Joseph Campbell, like, as a storyteller, like, talking about stories. Like, he kind of flattens culture, unfortunately. He was a white dude who grew up in, like, the 60s, right? Like, but the way he thought about stories and the way he talked about them influenced the way I talk and think about stories, and I think Journey being this, like, really beautiful mechanical expression of the hero's journey by way of you are on that first loop, you are just, stumbling through, experiencing it, and then when you play it again, you become, like, the threshold guardian to someone else, and you guide them through the experience, and I think that's incredible. Like, I can't think of another game that does it quite like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was something special.
Yeah.
What's yours, Jen?
Okay, so for me, number 5 is Shadow of the Colossus. I think the way that it gets rid of every other sort of, like, minor fight you could potentially have in a third-person action game and just asks you to quietly travel from boss to boss is really good. And I love the orchestral strings that play out as you're just climbing these massive beasts and stabbing them. It's one of the most phenomenal soundtracks I've ever heard, and there's a reason why this game has stuck with so many people.
Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus is amazing.
That's fine. I don't like Shadow of the Colossus.
For the longest time, I had thought about getting the weakness like sigil of the Colossi and, like, having it tattooed over my heart.
And then you realize the strategic disadvantage. You were like, I can't do this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's getting too real out here. I can't give this information away for free.
My enemies would know too much. Go ahead, Jen.
Number 4 is the one that I definitely thought about how you describe best games versus favorite games 6. Because Hollow Knight is not a favorite game of mine, but I do think that whenever I've played it or I've seen other people talk about it, or even just, like, the way people are anticipating Silksong, like, Hollow Knight is just on another level of Metroidvania that, like, it even surpasses Symphony of the Night, I'd say, and just creates this fantastic, beautiful game that is so fun to explore, even when the bits of the bugs are grossing you out and all that.
Yeah, it is. I'm not a big Hollow Knight lover, right? But, like, I know what you mean. Like, it's a conversation, since you referenced it, it's a conversation we've had privately where I'm like, a lot of the games I would consider the best games ever made are not, like, my favorite games, but, like, they're games that you play them and you're just sort of blown away with, like, the artistic, like, the amazing, like, power and skill with which something has been artistically crafted,
Totally. Number 3 for me is Tetris. Don't really need to say much about it other than that they made a perfect puzzle game back then, and ever since have been just doing various refinements and tweaks. And even after doing said various refinements and tweaks, NES Tetris is still played all the fucking time. So even, like, Tetris at its bare essentials wins out as this amazing thing. Number 2, Return of the Obra Dinn, because the way that they handle the investigation on the ship is so intricately and perfectly crafted in a way that's, like, it is one of the most satisfying puzzle games you could possibly play, especially if you have a notebook and are, like, taking little observations. And the way that they frame the doom of the ship with the larger-than-life problems and the fantastic orchestral score that perfectly puts you in the mind of this sort of, like, pulpy investigator. It is such a joy. And for number 1, I put Shenmue 1 instead of Shenmue 2.
I feel you. I was just like, is there going to be Shenmue representation?
Yeah.
Because for me, Shenmue 1 is a is a perfect little game that Shenmue 2, don't get me wrong, is great, but Shenmue as itself could just stand by itself and it would still be perfect, because it is not so much the beginning of an epic tale so much as it is a long tragedy about this young boy systematically ripping apart every failsafe he has in life to like keep him in this safe place where people love and appreciate him. Like, even when he goes to the docks and gets a job, like, he immediately makes friends with folks and they're just happy to have him around. And it's a game where you're continuously meeting some of the nicest or most reliable people in the world and being like, I could spend time with you, but instead I'm just going to find a way to get this boat ticket and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it's an amazing, like, at every opportunity, life and the world is trying to make Ryo stop and be happy, and he's like, no, I will be miserable.
I'm going to ask weirdly pointed questions so that I can go and avenge my father, who kicked my ass instantly. Not my father, but Landy. It's like, what's going to happen, Ryo, when you finally get Landy?
Well, I mean, depends on how you define get Landy, because we might have our answer in Shenmue 3. I won't spoil for anyone. In fact, I will say, I don't know the release schedule for our friends over at Abnormal Mapping. We have 2 podcasts, or 3 podcasts we did on Shenmue 1, 2, and 3, way back in the day at this point. And then our friends at Abnormal Mapping are releasing an episode, I believe this upcoming week,
yes,
on Shenmue 1 with Dialasana, and it's a stacked cast, and you should really hear very smart people talk about a very amazing game.
Yeah, they're recording it on the same day we're recording this.
Wow.
Yeah, I just don't know their editing schedule, but and not to be competitive, but looks at the timer. We have passed them on their length of episode.
Another 5-star runtime.
I mean, as of this moment, we have set another record. We just keep doing it.
We just keep doing it. Man, we have more questions.
We have more questions.
We're gonna be in so much trouble once we get to the 40 to 50 hour games next year.
Let's next question.
Yeah, let's just do the next question. It's fine. Once you're at 4 hours, what's a little more?
What's a little more?
I don't have to go to work for 4 more hours yet. Hopefully, the next 3 questions will not take that long. This question is from M with a fun subject, Majora's Task. As a teen, I thought Majora's Mask was scary and hard, and so it's the old Zelda I've probably played the least. Only finished it 3 times. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Gosh.
sure.
But I appreciate how it experiments with some of the ideas of the Zelda structure. I'm sure you've talked about this. We actually haven't. But given how Majora's Mask is often side quest the game, how do you feel another game in the Majora's Mask mold could be conceived at a time when Zelda is bigger than ever? Should Hyrule Castle Town just be a big city like a Yakuza game? Should Zelda be stranded should Link be stranded on another mysterious island? The sky's the limit, but the scope is not. What kind of game about running errands for other people's happiness would you like to make? I have a full answer, and I'll let my peers talk in a moment. I will just start by saying, how could this, like, talking realistically and logistically, how could a game like Majora's Mask be made today? It couldn't. They wouldn't fucking allow it. It hits a middle ground of scope that Nintendo would not allow to proceed.
Right. Like, it would be, at best, in modern day, it would be like kind of like Eventide Island on Breath of the Wild, which is just like, oh, this is like an interesting side venture,
Like,
or
Tears
like
of the Kingdom.
Terrytown to a certain degree.
Yeah. Like, Tears of the Kingdom is them saying, what if we reused the map and made a game more limited in scope? And it's way bigger, and it took them 5 fucking years. It's just not allowed anymore.
Sure. But
yeah,
as for a game like Majora's Mask, I if we were sticking with like if we were sticking with like Zelda as like the franchise to do it, because I imagine like there are other franchises that could like benefit from this sort of thing, but
I didn't
like
think about that.
but like I I thought it would be kind of interesting of like, first off, let's make a Zelda game about Zelda, like the woman, and be like, okay, Hyrule is saved, the world is saved, but like some shit has happened, and now it is up to like Zelda to like help people around Hyrule to like kind of fix the mess that like Link and all these other like baddies like created, right? And you know, I think it would be interesting, like she would, I think, go around, like you would want to have her go around and just like fix people's problems, right? Because like she's more, you could see her as more of like a politician or something like that. Or my dream Yakuza game would be Kiryu running for mayor, would be a similar thing.
That's great.
I think you could do an incredible like a dragon game where Kiryu, by doing nice things for people around town, gets like approval ratings.
Listen, I know this is Japan, right? And I'm about to make a reference to American politics, and it doesn't work. However, super PACs, huh? I'm starting to see the appeal.
Well, with Majima as like your campaign manager. Yeah, well, like, but that's the thing. That's like the appeal of like the like dragon games is like, you know, small contained area with lots of people to help out. So I guess like I said, my answer is sort of, you know, like Zelda helping out the various kingdoms, like after like some event, like the defeat of Ganon, right? Or if we had to do Link, like you know, and propose this idea of like stranded on another mysterious island, like Link's Awakening is also a really good game in that regard.
Yeah,
like,
true.
I don't know, like it is okay to shrink your scope, please.
Please.
Yeah, my idea is not necessarily shrinking scope. Like, it is shrinking the landmass, but it's not shrinking scope. I like M's idea of the big city, and the way that I would do that is it would take place over like 3 to 4 days, maybe a little bit longer, maybe a full week, but essentially you would it would be contained entirely inside of like a city, like Hyrule or a different place. And essentially you would be dealing with crises big and small at various points, and you would basically just be going around learning people's schedules to the same degree that, like, you know what? I think what I'm proposing here is basically the Forgotten City. Like, it's doing a lot of stuff that the Forgotten City does, but instead of like
Good time loop game.
everyone,
Good time loop game.
Oh yeah.
but instead of like everyone dying if one person sins or whatever, it'd be a situation where just like you do have your main goals, but the more you learn about people around you, you can start in a single loop to help each one of them avert disaster, whether it's saying something that will get their partner to dump them or saving their life in some capacity.
That just reminds me of like one of the things that I kind of wish, like, and this would have been outside the scope of like Majora's Mask in development. It would have been nice if there was like a way to, in theory, execute a perfect weekend, right? Like it'd be hard, but like some sort of way to reset the game state in such a way where like you can do the perfect loop, and that's how you break the loop, right? But that's not what the game is going for, but I always love that idea of like in time loop stories of the way to break out is to execute on the perfect day.
The sort of the Groundhog's Day solution.
Yeah.
So I have a couple here. First is the game that doesn't really, I don't know that I follow the scope thing as much. I probably broke the rules here, but it is the game I really wanted them to be making after Breath of the Wild. I mean, not literally this, but pretty close. I want a game set like before Breath of the Wild, where you are just like some other hero and Link is off and you can't fight Ganon, right? You don't have the means to do that. So you are like going from town to town, protecting trade routes and like doing minor like jobs and delivering packages and errands, kind of like the beginning of Final Fantasy VII when he's sort of the like what they translated as the handyman, right? For Sector 7. I want that.
Like within that 100-year time span in which Zelda and Link are in like cryostasis.
Yeah, and you're just like making sure the roads are safe for merchants and stuff, but like you're just one person and you are watching things slowly crumble because you can only do so much. That's like kind of my dream game. I could also, limiting the scope a little better, I could go for one that is like in the period before Wind Waker, where it's the Great Sea era and you are like on a big flotilla of ships sailing around looking for a place to live and you're sort of solving problems on the fleet. I think that could be really cool.
Yeah.
And then finally, if you tell me I need to come up with my own setting and not just keep stealing them from other Zelda games, I would do... I'm sorry, maybe M will cheer at this and everyone else will boo. I would kind of do Sword Art Online, only in that it is a dungeon with a bunch of floors and like one floor is like a town. And so you're in the town on like floor 47 and like there are like terrible monsters above and below you and you're just trying to make this town stay alive.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Also, you're in VR.
And if you die in the game, you die for real.
VR aside, I'm pretty sure I remember a story. Oh, Six, you're gonna hate me when I say this.
Oh boy.
You're describing the vending machine isekai.
I know. Yeah, it's an idea that actually has been used a number of other places. It's just I like the mundane element of it.
Yeah, like there's something to like the stories of these types of like indie stories about like stories about the mundane can be very powerful, and I like them a lot.
Kyrie, I accidentally skipped you. Can you read the question from Miles, please?
Sure thing. Miles writes, who was your favorite NPC? I'm still working through the game, but so far, the one who's stuck with me the most is Gorg, the guy with the cuckoo chicks who you get the bunny hood from. His depression of living in the moment in the face of impending doom was one I found intimately identifiable, and the conclusion of lifting his spirits through letting him see his cuckoo chicks grow up into roosters really touched me. Thank you, Miles. So, like, we had touched on some of our, like, favorite NPCs, I think, throughout, like, this talk. Like, Gorg is great. I think... Grog. I think, like, honestly, I think Anju might be my favorite NPC at the end of the day. Like, it's not just because, like, her story is, like, the most, like, involved one, but I think, like, there's this combination of, like, her, like, the way that it's so funny in terms of, like, the acid flip, right? Where, like, she was the cuckoo girl in Kakariko Village in Ocarina of Time. Her only role was to give you a bottle in that game after finding out that she's allergic to chickens. And in this game, they turn her into this person who is just kind of sadly still working the job that she's trying to, like, she's clearly going through it because her fiance is missing, and the way in which, like, her face lights up when you present, like, the pieces of evidence that allow her to be like, oh no, he's still here, he's still with me, is, like, I think is really good. And I really enjoyed, like she has, like, a talk with her mother at one point once you give her, like, you can get this if you have the room key that I learned. Like, I learned this afterwards. If you have the room key, you can listen in onto an argument that she has with her mother. about like staying in town like as the moon is falling. It's like, no, I need to wait for cafe. And
Well, and since you didn't experience it, I have also seen it characterized as an argument, but it's not. This is the thing, is it's part of what makes her relatable, is her mom is like, all right, we're leaving town tonight. Get your stuff ready. And she's like, yes, Mom. And she doesn't do it. She like says the things to get through the conversation and then ignores her mom, which is very relatable.
Yep. But like, I think Anju as a character, I also like that she also has like, you can see her milling about town. Like, I think like the way in which like they have animated her, the way in which like her facial expressions are like put together, of how sad she is, and then also how relieved she is when she finally sees Cafe again. Like, I think she is like one of the most involved NPCs, and I think she's one of the best.
Yeah. My answer's long, Jen, if you had yours.
Okay, yeah. My answer is kind of threefold because Grog was going to be the one that I went with. First, Grog, yeah, he's great. I'm so happy that I was able to help him see his chickens. Second one is the Gurner, just because I love this guy who's just playing his music box, and if literally a kid or anyone just walks up to him, he'll talk about how
much he hates
was
this fucking dog. Stole his life.
This dog stole my life, but I love being in the circus.
Yeah, the way that his animations like move from calm to irritated to calm to fucking angry back to calm is so funny. And the third is the ghost that appears in the bathroom of the hotel who just wants some toilet paper. So
very good. We didn't talk about that, but great goof.
Yeah, you just hand him a letter or one of the contract deeds, and then he wipes his ass with it.
It's fucked up. You could actually accidentally give like Anju's letter or Cafe's letter to him. It's like, oh no.
So to elaborate on my joke answer from earlier, the horny treasure chests shop receptionist is also very funny. Here's a fun fact about her. She's one of the only characters in town who is a new model. She's not based on anyone from Ocarina, because Link wasn't able to imagine anyone he knew who was this horny. Which is very funny.
Very
but
funny.
my actual answer is I really like the farm sisters, Romani and Cremia.
Oh yeah, no, they're amazing.
And there's some stuff about them that you can miss, right? So it's like, I mean, they're both girls who have basically been forced to be way more mature than they should have to be at their age. Romani is really intense because she's fighting to protect her farm from fucking aliens. And no one wants to help her because everyone's like, oh yeah, the aliens, that's nice, kid, right?
Yeah,
they just think she's a dumb kid.
Kids in their imagination.
And she ends up like bonding with Link because Link shows up and it's like, oh, look, a fellow traumatized kid. You'll help me.
Calling you grasshopper.
Yeah. But like, I mean, she sees you walking in with a sword and a bow and she's like, another kid who has been forced to act way more mature than they should. And obviously, I don't think she consciously realizes this.
Sure.
But subconsciously, she reaches out because she feels that connection. Then there's Cremia, who, is this teenager who is having to act as a full adult because the parents are gone. She's having to raise Romani. She's worried about Romani. Their business is being harassed by the fucking stupid circus bros. And she's one of the character who knows the whole time that the moon is falling and she knows the world is ending. And so she's stressed and overworked and despairing. For some reason, I relate to that.
Weird.
Then there's another layer to this, which is a very missable part, which is if you do all of their quest and then wait till the end, till the third day, Cremia talks to Romani and she's like, listen, I know you've been wanting me to. Here's like your recognition that you're an adult. And also, let's go to the milk bar and you can have some Chateau Romani. And also, you can sleep in my bed tonight. I know you want to do that. And it's all, and Romani's like, hey, this is great. This is my perfect day. It's like, yeah, sweetie. She's getting you drunk and cuddling with you because she knows you aren't going to wake up. You're all going to die.
Damn.
That's fucking grim.
Because she's just like trying to like you have her just trying to be like I want to give her like you said like give her a good day in some ways.
Yeah, and then try and make this as smooth and like make your last moments as happy as I can. And it's just like, oh. And then the core conceit of Majora's Mask makes this even more interesting because both of these characters are Malon.
Yeah.
This is what Link's subconscious thinks of Malon, is this girl who has had to rapidly grow up to face a world that is cruel and unforgiving.
Yeah, and he would relate to that because, like, in Ocarina, like, he encounters Malon twice in that game where he sees, you know, Malon as a kid, where they are just, like, kind of doing, like, childish, like, playtime, where it's like, oh, here's this chicken, go wake up my dad. And then in Ocarina, when you go into the 7-year time skip, like, you find out that, like, the ranch has been taken over. She's, like, basically, like, you know, there's nothing that she can do. And yeah, like Link would relate to that feeling of like, oh yeah, you just don't have any options.
And so yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Like that's what makes that scene in like the second day after like when Cremia like reveals that like, yeah, all this stuff has been going on, just trying to like just make do.
And so that's like Cremia is pretty straightforwardly just adult Malon, right? Like it's pretty 1-to-1. But with Romani, it's because he has now gone back to being a kid, but his trauma remains. And so he is subconsciously backporting Malon's trauma into her actually untraumatized kid self. It's so interesting.
That's like the next time I play this game, I'm gonna want to like find that scene. Like, so you just go to the ranch and like when the final 6 hours is happening?
I think you have to do both quests, you know, so that Romani isn't completely out of it and, you know, clearly been fucked up with by some aliens. So you do both of those quests and then, yeah, you're with them and she's like, yeah, all right, you know, we're gonna have a great night, Romani. It's just like, oh, you guys.
Yeah.
Amazing characters.
Yes. So many incredible characters just like in this game, just in general.
And as for our final question from Crystal, what is your favorite movement ability in the game?
I like swimming.
And,
yeah, I said it. I like the swimming.
I have a straightforward answer and a shitpost answer. The straightforward answer is I enjoy rolling around as Goron because I like Sonic. And I enjoy just rolling around at the speed of sound. My shitpost answer
that wasn't
is...
the shitpost. All right, go for it.
Okay,
yeah, please
sure.
continue.
Continue, Queen.
My shitpost answer is that thing speedrunners do where they take out a bomb and do a lot of pause buffering and hold their shield out, and then they just fly like 500 feet in a certain direction.
Are you talking about like because in Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time you could do like bomb hovers, which like Six, have you ever seen a bomb hover?
Yeah.
Yeah, like for the viewers at home, it's basically like Link plants a bomb and stabs the bomb at the same time as doing a backflip, and it does something fucked up with like Link's standing animation or something. So you just can slowly elevate by way of bomb hovers. Fun fact: there's a LOTAD or low optimized tool assisted demonstration of beating Majora's Mask in 2 pauses. One of it which involves like a 20-minute bomb hover to the top of Stone Tower.
Damn. Yeah, Jen, unless you know a bug that I don't, I think you're conflating the bomb hover with stasis jumps from Breath of the Wild.
Okay. Well, I thought there was like a much milder version of stasis jumps where instead of like going up in the air or whatever, you just go in a certain direction super fast.
Are you talking about hyperextended super sliding?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know that one.
That one it's similar. You can do a lot of fucked up things with bombs in these games. It involves a bomb because it's a portable.
Also in real life, but differently fucked up.
Differently fucked up. You plant the bomb and then you roll forward and shield on the correct frame, and then like the recoil causes you to infinitely slide backwards if you have if you tilt the control stick in you have to tilt it backwards in the tiniest of the degree as possible to do a Hess.
Oh, actually, yes, I have seen this. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for doubting you, Jen.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know the name.
Hyperextended super sliding. That's just fun to say.
I think my answer is this is not really an answer because it's not a movement ability, I guess. All of Zora Link's jumping animations are sick as hell.
Oh yeah.
It's just fucking put this boy in a skateboarding game. He's ready. The answer is probably like Jen. I like the Goron roll a lot. I also though really like the Deku Link water hopping.
Oh yeah.
Which is the animation and sound of that is so satisfying and fun.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And if you do a twirl before you hit the edge of the lily pad, you get a little bit of extra speed and just a little bit more distance in the hop. And I also love the little sound effect when you fuck up the hop and you don't reach it to
whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cute.
And then as far as items, I think they're all kind of bad. I hate the way the ice arrows feel. I hate that stuff. Which by the way is Kyria and I got the proper experience because of my mod. In the 3DS version, by default, it only lets you freeze certain spots so that you are so it shows you how to use them. It's very stupid.
Yeah.
As opposed to just freely freezing any water. The hookshot is okay, but it doesn't feel great to me. And then I think this is good, but I can't like it the way the Deku flowers always make me feel like I'm about to die.
It really is something how this is one of the few games where your dungeon items aren't really that varied. They're just different types of arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I liked the hook shot well enough, but mostly because they give you the equivalent of the long shot right from the start. So yeah, it's that's kind of nice to be able to be oh, I could just go, I could just zip, zoop, zop around.
Yeah, the long shot hook shot distinction was pretty stupid.
Yes. In Ocarina, very, very goofy. It's oh, it's now longer chain. It's okay, thanks. Cool. You're at least you harass some pirates and get a hook shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's great.
Man, that section's way better if you have the stone mask.
I did that section without stone mask.
I did it on 3DS. You get the stone mask in there, so you have to do some of it without, which I think is a good choice. But
it was a little frustrating, but I still enjoyed the Pirates Fortress well enough. I had 4 bottles though, so I could just get it done in one trip.
I like when you get thrown out as Zora Link, and there's another Zora waiting outside. He's oh, you like me? You came to see the ladies, huh? And you're you're a fucking creep.
Fuck this guy. Least favorite NPC, that particular Zora. Or the guy in the fisherman shop who's I need a picture of the Zora. Or what? Okay, what's the deal with the guy who's oh, I need a picture of the singer? But don't tell her.
I mean, he's a stalker.
Yes.
It's really simple. He's a stalker.
Yes, I don't like it. I don't like it very much.
Fair. All right. I think that's finally it for our discussion of Majora's Mask.
Am I allowed to say what game we're playing next, or do y'all have plans for that
I'm sorry. Yeah, last time I had to stop. I edited it out, but I was Jen, don't say it. We've got a fun goof planned. No, I'm sorry, Jen. You can do your job.
Yes, you can do your job.
Okay. Next month, we're going to be playing Metal Gear Solid 2, Guns of the Patriots.
No?
No?
What?
That's not the right subtitle at all. Guns
Jed?
of the Patriots is 4.
Yeah, Jed, try again. I said it earlier today.
Don't look it up.
Don't look it up.
You gotta
Don't
get this one.
You gotta get us.
If the podcast has to go an
podcast
extra
is
half
like-
hour as you try to guess the subtitle from Metal Gear Solid 2, I'll give you either one. Either one is okay.
Okay, Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance.
All right, as well
Okay,
as Sons
sure.
of Liberty. Yes.
Kept you waiting. huh?
Yeah, I kept us waiting
Anyway.
for Jen to figure out the name of the game.
Anyway, we're gonna be doing it with Alan from Chats, and also we're gonna be doing it from the new Master Collection that's gonna be out by the time this podcast is out, most likely. So
I think Jen is going to be playing, or excuse me, not Jen. That's you. I think Alan is going to be playing PS2, but you and I will definitely be playing the HD collection, which yes, should, unless they delay it somehow, will be out by the time this comes out.
yeah, it's literally days away, so I doubt they're gonna delay it.
Me,
but yeah.
me too. I just, listen, I hate speaking in certainty on these things.
Yeah,
That's fair. Yeah,
you never know.
you want to be careful.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for sticking with us through this 420 podcast.
Let's go,
Uh,
baby.
Yeah, thank you for having the patience, because I feel like this was a very good conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really glad we did this. I couldn't have picked a better guest. Thank you so much, Kyrie, for joining us.
No problem. Thank you for having me on.
I mean, it was a problem though, right? Like you spent a lot of your time playing this video game.
A video game that I rather enjoy, but yes, I did have to spend quite a bit of time. But gosh, what a cool thing. I'm so glad that I was able to experience it and also to like talk about it with two of my best friends in the world. Like this was really fun.
Thank you.
I was really grateful I got to share this game that means a lot to me with y'all. It is very cool that y'all got a lot from it too. And even I am grateful that some of Jen's like DMs of like, this fucking sucks was actually helpful in me being like, yeah, let's take off a little bit of rose-colored glasses and be honest about some of this.
Right.
Yeah, it's ultimately, I feel like it's a game that is very impressive and it does some fantastic things. I just enjoy watching it more than I enjoy playing it, because as it turns out, I don't enjoy 3D Zelda. You sit me down with Link's Awakening and I'm going to have a great fucking time.
Wonderful
But
Mhm.
yeah. I just couldn't click with Majora's Mask.
It's better than Final Fantasy 15 though.
This podcast is long enough, so I'm not going to argue with that. but,
Because I'm going to agree with 6.
All right, folks. Quick
Yeah.
save.
Quick save.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Novel Not New, a True End podcast. It's your monthly narrative game